See lost in sound. U23. Newcastle, home to Australia's largest regional city, a place of beauty offering stunning beaches, entertainment and a real place to call home. From grassroots, we create champions in our game, opening pathways to the future. Newcastle's rich sporting culture is more than just a story, it's our life. Netball sits right at the centre, bringing literally thousands together every week. Our unique competition of 8 clubs field a team in each of 3 grades. Our under-23s, the first step in a high-level competition, bringing new talent into the spotlight. Our opens, upping the pace and skill set to another level. Championship division, our pinnacle competition. The game is fast, tough and aggressive. Blink and you'll miss it. Welcome to Newcastle Netball Association's Tri-Series.
Good morning and welcome to Grand Final Day here at Newcastle Netball Association. The weather has come out shining and what an absolute cracking day it is for our biggest event of the year. Joining us right now from Newcastle Netball Association is Maddie. Firstly, how great is it seeing so many people in the city supporting netball today?
Oh, it's amazing. It's great to see the community come out and support our teams, our committee members, our sport. It's great to see everybody out here.
And Maddie, who's your team for today?
I am a West girl through and through, and so I'll be out here supporting all West teams today.
Fantastic to hear. We have 3 exciting games on the court in Tri-Series, starting with our under-23s. We have South up against West. Last week, both sides gave us their view on how they're going to handle today's game. Let's take a look at that.
We are excited, yes. We certainly didn't want to be the only West team not through to the grand final today. That was a very big, it was a bit of a, confidence. We were kind of making sure that we weren't the only ones. So now we focus on next week. We haven't beaten Souths all year. We've had 2 close games, but it will come down to us now. We haven't quite worked out game plan just yet, but it will be a strategy at training. And the good part about us is we've got great depth. We've got great girls. We've got girls that turn up to play for each other. And I just feel like we're probably coming in, we're hitting our strides at the right end.
So it's a tough battle between us and South, and it's a good game. So whoever's going to hold their head the best, I think, will come away with the win.
Yeah.
And anything can happen in a grand final.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. We are very excited to make the grand final. I think for us it is just sticking to what we do best. We have an amazing culture. We love our team. We've got incredible players.
Yes, we're very excited. I mean, a few nerves, but nerves are always good. Tiff says it means you care, so no, but we're all really excited. And some of the girls haven't played. Like some of us played last year in the grand final. Others haven't played in the grand final before. And we were just kind of saying last week, like it's so fun. It's great to be a part of, and it's just a good day.
Yeah, and the way NNA create the whole hype. I think it's Saturday netball, but it feels so special. And I think that's something that a lot of our girls would never have experienced. So, like Midori said, enjoying that moment and enjoying it with your family and everyone that gets around you. It's really special.
Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to the Newcastle Netball Association Tri-Series, sponsored by Greater Bank, 23 years grand final. I'd like to introduce the teams, starting with South's Pride, Eliza Brown, Marley Gilmore, Abby Leach, Bowie Manning, Lexi Manning, Charlotte Moore, Kenya Rees, Midori Rees, Isabel Spruce, Anna Voigt and Penny Voigt. West Balance 23s, and Millie Corrigan. Thank you. West Balance 23s, Eliza Ellis, Aisha Fox, Alora Grierson, Michaela Island, Emma McCallum, Samantha Miller, Sophia Perillo, Anya Reynolds, Bridie Richards, Evelyn Rockabaro, Kira Tunbridge, and Ella Tynan. Our umpires for today are Emily Milton, Zara Alexander. Thank you.
Well, it is a cracking day from netball, as we heard earlier. The sun is out. It is that little bit windy today, so it'll be interesting to see how our shooters keep putting that ball up to the post. Lexi, what are you most excited for today's game?
Oh, look, I think what's most exciting is it's actually a rematch from last year. Different faces in the South's team, but I think that they're going to go hard all game, and it's just going to be tight. It's going to be hard. West haven't beaten Souths all year, but, you know, West do have experience going in, so you can never know what's going to happen in a grand final.
You're right there. South are currently sitting undefeated in the 23s competition. Their first round in round 2 against West was 39-32 and their second one 42-37. So there are some closer games, and I'm interested to see how today plays out.
Absolutely. Great weather. It's not too hot. It is getting a little bit windy, so I'm sure they'll adjust their game plans to suit.
Great to see the team morale and the atmosphere that these grand finals bring. Family members from all around come out to watch everybody play, and it's such a nice environment.
I think people don't realise how big it is in Newcastle netball and how massive this grand final day really is, not just for Tri-Series but for the entire competition as well. But yeah, it's massive today. The weather's great. We see the whole grandstand completely packed, so it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and these are some incredible athletes. Our Tri-Series teams are filled with players who are reaching that Metro and Premier League representative levels, and some that are even progressing into academies.
And even New South Wales teams. We have a lot in either the New South Wales or under-19s New South Wales teams. We also have girls competing in the New South Wales First Nations team who have just won the national title.
Yeah,
so
incredible athletes here at Newcastle, and it's incredible to see that we're able to present these pathways and transition them through from such a young age into those elite channels.
Absolutely, and you know, we even have our very own Hope White playing for the Giants netball now, so it's really exciting to have seen her come up through the ranks, play in Tri-Series herself, and be having so much success in a national team.
Definitely. Well, we can already see that the wind's affecting some of those shots in the warm-up. Hopefully they're able to adjust during the game and get some of those goals in.
What I do love to see is so many of the other teams here to support either younger or older girls. Like, the culture within some of these teams is or even the whole club is really incredible. And I really do think the pinnacle of that, you look at West, they've been consistently at the top for so many years. They have used their pathway quite well. A lot of their girls are all West juniors. And I just personally think that it's such a massive achievement to have all three teams in the grand final again. They have a winning culture, and it's really important to see a lot of other clubs really striving to match that, because, you know, they want to be at the top and they want to start winning.
You're right, and it's also great to see that off the court, they're all such great friends across the three teams as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think that just goes to build on that team and club culture, but also it gives them that freedom to be able to transition players up into opens and championship when needed, and makes that connection much stronger.
Oh, absolutely. And it just goes to show that they're coming back each year, they're playing for each other, they're obviously wanting to be competitive, but the you know, they're putting it back on them, or all the opportunities are back on each other, and they're building each other up, and that's what they need to do.
Well, not long until we start off our first game of the day, which is our 23s. As you heard, West, they've been here for a couple of years in this grand final. They've been successful at winning. But as we said, South have been undefeated, so it'll definitely be a close game, and we'll be interested to see who does come out on top.
They did actually go down to Nova in one of the last rounds.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, but and you know, during that major semi-final, Nova were up at half-time. So
Wow.
South's really had to work hard to be here today, and they gave them a bit of a scare. So let's see what they can bring coming into a really experienced West team.
Yeah, South have a very structured play set, and West do as well, but they're not afraid to use some of their freedom and adapt and change as the game goes on. You can see already they've got some set ideas on how they're potentially going to work that ball into the circle, but they're also not afraid to switch up.
No, and I think we're going to see lots of change-ups, especially in the mid-court. Both teams really focus on keeping fresh legs out there, keeping, I guess, a bit of a change-up so that defenders aren't getting too close to or too used to what the team's doing. So they're going to try and change it up. They're going to still stick to their structures, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens over the course of the game.
Absolutely. We want to keep that intensity at a high. Speed is good, but intensity is something else. And, you know, that ability to change direction and do so with power and move and good structured movement is what can really make or break a game.
Alrighty, we're starting off here.
To be a fly on the wall in the middle of those huddles, it'd be great to hear what the coaches and the players are saying to each other, how they're getting themselves mentally and physically prepared for these games.
Yeah, and you know, coaches like Jules Fox over at West, she's been here before. I'd love to be on a fly on the wall in her huddles, and the way the team respects and listens to everything she has to say is incredible, and I'm sure the exact same thing happens at South.
But even you'll see she's given those girls the freedom to form their own huddle there, and that trust in her players to be able to do that and say the right things and go out there is incredible.
Absolutely, and knowing Jules, I spoke to her a bit earlier today, and you know, they put it back on the players to create the opportunities for themselves. So they're giving them the freedom to go, you know what, if you want to win this, you've got to go out and do it yourself.
And we're off. South's first centre. Let's see if they can score from it. And already we've got some great touches from our West defenders out there.
That West defensive unit is going to be strong all day.
Absolutely. They work consistently and they really bounce off each other and knowing where they're going to be.
South with the first goal of the grand final today, and a nice little tip from the goalkeeper at South.
You can see already their shooters setting up for a set play there, what potentially looks like that sweep across the front from the goal attack, opening up that space for the shooter to hold.
Evie Rockabarrow, she's really someone to watch. Over the last few years, she's come up through the West ranks and has improved out of sight, and she should be really proud of where she is today, and I'm sure everyone at West is as well.
Absolutely. Her strength to be able to hold but also reposition herself as the defenders are moving is impeccable, and it definitely has consistently improved over the last couple of seasons.
We have an early pick-up from Emma McCallum, the West centre. So we might have a little early break here.
Let's see how they transition this in. Again, that ability to just switch up her hold with the slightest footwork movement is quite difficult, and it's great to see Evie be able to do that. 2-1 here in the first few minutes.
Nice touch there from that South defender. Lexi Manning. She's been quite strong for them all year.
Not a lot of people coming forward then to help transition that ball down the court. They seem to get bunched up in that middle section there.
Yeah, but nice and strong. Nice strong take there from Eliza Brown, the goal shooter. She's highly accurate. She moves really well. But it's going to be that the ease for Souths to be able to get some second phase depth, because I know that's something that they would really strive for. And they're being held up already.
Exactly. We've already seen they've had to transition back to their defenders to help on the centre pass, and that already just impacts the second phase.
Yep. And they've been stuck on the same sideline, and then there we go, West have caused a mistake.
Great effort there. Unfortunately, just a little bit too close. Another good touch from the goal shooter, Eliza. You can already see West have so much space coming forward towards that ball. There's huge passages of the court that are completely free, allowing them to come forward and have strong drives onto the ball.
Absolutely. They just completely used the entire court, had the space, moved the ball so freely and easily. And that's something that Souths are struggling with early.
Oh, beautiful feed. And a great hold from Evie there. A better centre pass for Souths there, but still like to see them change up their structure a little bit on the centre pass. Seem to be getting stuck in that middle section of the third.
Yeah, if you watch West closely, they've always been big on defence, especially their coaching staff. So they're setting up a wall and they're actually pushing high and wide really early. So they're pretty much stopping Souths from getting that second phase depth. Souths are having to stay along the sideline the entire passage of play, and it's causing turnovers, which we've just seen again.
Yeah, I really think Souths need to adjust their style of play there. Maybe not set up for that centre pass so early. It's a little bit readable, and not give West that opportunity to set the wall up so early and push them wide.
Yeah.
And we've got an offensive contact there.
Yeah, I think she just didn't get herself in the right position. She's going to hold, especially against Charlotte. She's quite tall, she's quite strong. So Evie's going to have to really push her higher and get a better position there. Oh, Mickey Islands, good touch.
Great touch. Interesting feed there. Two defenders on the goal shooter, the goal attack coming off. I would have liked to see that either swung back out to the circle or potentially pushed to the goal attack. Risky pass to push it into 2-on-1.
Yeah, like we know Eliza Brown's strong under the circle, but 2-on-1 is quite hard, and
especially when West have been so strong defensively this season.
Absolutely, when you got coming up against the likes of Mickey Island, who is in 23, he's really becoming a bit of a veteran, and Ella Tynan are really strong. So, that goalkeeper position has really become Mickey Island's place, and she's an incredible player.
Definitely. We just saw Kenya Rees get a turnover for South and transition that ball back down, and Eliza was able to finish that off, going into a West centre, so bringing the score up a little bit for them. And again,
still the ease of that transition.
Yeah, their timing is perfect. They're in the right spot at the right time, doing great prelims at the right time. And another great feed into Eliza there. Apologies, Evelyn.
I think Aisha Fox and Emma McCallum in that centre and wing attack position for West are doing really well, hitting circle edge. The opportunities that they're creating for the goal attack and goal shooter are been really good so far, and everything, the ball placement has been pinpoint.
Agreed. It's so important for our feeders to get circle edge and to get there easily and be able to deliver those beautiful passes in, particularly when you have a holding shooter. You really don't want to be feeding from far out, so it's great to see them hitting circle edge. And as you said, precision passing, it's just hitting exactly where it needs to, and needs able to get up and pull those in.
Just again, pass post plant, that should be pinpoint at this level. Those little mistakes, they shouldn't happen.
Agreed.
But luckily for South, West haven't capitalised on that. The problem is, as you get further into the game, certain teams like West, they will punish you for that.
Absolutely. interesting transition down the court. South's got that little bit of freedom.
Oh, Emma McCallum.
Beautiful touch.
She's been such a strong defender over the last few years. She's really transitioned into the mid-court quite well.
Her footwork, just being able to get around the body then and you know, get those little deflections is hard to do, so great effort.
I think she's just one of those people that is highly athletic and can pick up something so easily.
Yeah, definitely, but I think, you know, it's great to have that natural ability, but you've also got to work on it, and you can tell that she's definitely works hard and, you know, fully commits to her training in that.
Yeah, a bit of a wayward pass there, but it has gone West's way. Little touch there from Marley Gilmore.
Some predictable passes in and around that circle edge that I think are just getting little tips to them, and I'd like to see West transition that a little bit better.
Yeah. At the start of the game, they were a lot more pinpoint. Now they're just starting to fly out a little bit more.
Ooh, we've had our first miss from Eve there in the goal shooter for West.
Oh, and a touch from Brady Richards.
Yeah.
Nice touch.
I won't lie, when I saw that ball leave that feeder's hands, I was concerned that it wasn't getting there.
And what you do have to watch in those little passes is Mickey Island, because she will fly for those and she will get them.
Definitely. She comes out on that angle and just picks those balls off, and, you know, it might leave the shooter blank, but she's usually picking them straight up.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's not a problem for her at all.
And Eliza Brown with another goal for Souths.
Beautiful shooting technique, very textbook. Oh, a great touch there from the wing defence. And just a little bit of pressure on that pass, not quite the right placement that we've seen earlier this game. Just a contact call, I think, off the ball then just before she got a touch, but great defensive effort.
Well, unlucky wing defence.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent touch. They're just rolling around that ring there for Sam. Apologies for Bowie in goal attack there. Bowie, who's also a defender, so interesting to see her in the goal attack penny today.
Yeah, we do have Anna Voigt in wing attack now. Usually they're goal attack, so... But then you go, Emma McCallum just forced another turnover. Oh, and then there's a step. So it's getting a little bit messy in this last little bit of the first quarter.
Yeah, definitely. And you might have heard a hooter then. It's just a reminder, we do have other grand finals being played and we are on a different timing system. So keep an eye on the screen. It's definitely the right timing. And I'm glad these girls know that and we're able to continue on with the play, because we have seen previously it disrupt that flow a little bit.
Nice little touch there from Mickey Island. Unfortunately wasn't able to reel it in right up on the transverse line, but she's out hunting early.
Yeah, and South have just been able to come back up and meet West with one extra point on top there. So it'll be interesting to see how West react to this and what they'll do to get back on top.
Oh, good rebound.
Beautiful rebound, great elevation and timing.
And for West, we see a bit of a change with Alora Gruson coming on as centre.
And I think that's such a great thing to have, of rolling subs. I think this is now our second year of having the rolling subs, and it dramatically impacts this game. You can change things up as needed, but also keep fresh legs on the court. You can determine if something's working or not. And it also gives you the ability to give court time to some of your players.
Yeah, I think it's been a great inclusion.
Yeah, it definitely has, and it's completely changed the game and for the better.
South's just starting to put a bit of pressure on that West transition and that centre pass. They're really having to work really hard to move the ball down the court now, which is good to see. We want a strong game, a strong contested game.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the score so close. Well, unfortunately, just a contact on the landing there, not quite in the right space. But also a bit of an overthrown pass there from West, so quite lucky for them to be able to pull that in the end. And already, again, South, it's like they've been listening to exactly what we've said. They're starting to tidy up their defence, but also their centre passes. Unfortunately, still that pass placement just needs a bit of work.
Yeah, Alora Gruson having a really positive impact early, getting that touch and Mickey Island being able to pick it up. So she's going to be strong in defence all the way down the court, and she creates some great opportunities when she's feeding that ball. And we've seen West now just creep out a little bit again.
They're being pushed towards this closer sideline at the moment, so...
Oh, nice quick play.
Great quick play, beautiful vision. I would like to see them square up that little bit more, like they were earlier in the game. But it looks like South are putting that pressure on to push them sideline.
Yeah, and it looks like South are going to make a change here in goalkeeper with Izzy Spruce coming on. She's going to be a good impact. She's strong. She has great elevation.
Oh, and just a bit overcooked on that pass. It was a great take, but unfortunately it just didn't get where it needed to. Great quick transition down the court from West there. They're already in the goal third, and just a beautiful front cut to hold there from Eve. And again, her footwork, just getting around those defenders and getting front for that hole.
It will give her something new to think about with a new goalkeeper on.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how she adapts to that and what changes she makes, if any.
Good little pick up there, little touch forced by Marley Gilmore.
Seems as though there's some great touches and pickups going on, but almost rushing them down the court. Those next passes are not quite hitting where they need to be, and those players aren't quite getting where they need to in terms of driving onto the ball. South shooters just a little bit too stationary there and holding in the same space. I think we potentially need to see one hold and one sweep.
Yeah, that's probably what they would be going for, but unfortunately Eliza Brown's being just stuck down on that baseline. She needs to get up higher, allow the goal attack to sweep through and create the screens.
And again, South are being pushed to that sideline area.
And an offensive contact.
And West have just come through with another quick and easy transition. Great touch on that second attempt. Unfortunately, just got a contact on the first one. Oh, great job to continue moving your feet around the body there, goal defence.
A nice easy shot in there.
And that brings us to the end of the first quarter here in our 23s game. West 13, and South 10. So still pretty close. We did see South fall that little bit behind towards the beginning of the quarter, and then they caught back up again. But West, just in those last few minutes, have been able to get back out on top.
Yeah, now this first 15 minutes is over. It'll be good to see if some nerves have been settled and we get some new roles out onto the court as well, because there's still plenty of talent that has not hit the court yet.
Absolutely. There's a lot of depth in both of these teams in their bench even, so it would be great to see some of those players hit the court today and show us what they can offer. You can see Jules having a chat to her team there. Again, it'd be fantastic to hear what she's saying. I know this team is quite strong and she's really giving that feedback to them to ensure that they can improve. Even the bench players standing up, listening in, making sure they know what to do when they come onto the court.
Absolutely, and you can also see like them bouncing ideas off each other as well. We look at the South bench, much the same is happening. Each coach is having their say and talking and giving the players the opportunity to create what they need to. So
definitely, it'll be interesting to see what both teams bring back out onto court for this second quarter and whether their lineups will change much. I think both teams look like they might be staying pretty similar to how they ended that quarter, but only time will tell. Again, we do have the introduction of rolling subs, so changes can be made at any point if something isn't working.
We do have some changes here from West, which is really exciting to see. Elize Ellis stepping out. She was, I think, the player of the match last year in their grand final.
Yeah, a fantastic player. She brings a lot of skill and a lot of experience to this younger side, so it's great to see her on court. Oh, good defence from the goal defence end, and great communication between the two, knowing to switch up and who to take.
Oh, good touch.
Beautiful touch, and she's been able to turn it over for South, which is exactly what they needed. Let's see if they can transition this down. Just that little bit flat, standing still, no real drive onto the ball, but just not in the right space to be able to enact that drive either. She is. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Eliza held that little bit higher then. Goal attack was able to sweep the base, which picked up that defender and left Eliza all by herself.
Yeah, we have also seen a change in Emma McCallum going back into that goal defence position. So she's going to be hunting really early.
Yeah, and I think that will definitely disrupt the flow that West have started. Right, great shot there from Eliza, bringing the score up to just a 1 point difference. Oh, and good drives towards the ball there. You can see West are really stepping up to the body and coming off. There is kind of, it's not quite a zone defence, but there's that attempt of spatial defence there from Souths, and West are doing a great job to get around that. Oh,
unlucky. Great tip.
Beautiful
great elevation
tip.
Too. And that's that elevation of Izzy Spruce. She's got a great hold on her as well.
Additionally, one little touch and that can really impact a shooter's confidence. So it'll be interesting to see whether these West shooters start to have their confidence impacted when they go to put up shots. And great hands up just around that circle edge there from West. We know that good hands over on the circle edge can definitely impact the feed in, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, it's also great to see some confidence from the South's midcourts, letting that ball go, getting some good ball placement. It's showing confidence in their shooter as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's working for them. They've come out firing this second quarter, and I can't wait to see how it continues. Great touch, unfortunately just offside there. Right idea, not quite the right placement. Oh, great hands. Wasn't quite right in the right position, but was able to pull it in, and I think that's just a strength of how shows how strong Eve is.
Yeah, as I said earlier, she's really improved over the last few years when I've been watching her play. Not only footwork, but, ball work, agility, and she's really made those positions her own as well. And she's had the opportunity to play up in opens a lot for West, and I think that has helped immensely.
Yeah, definitely. I know getting to verse the West Open team this year, we have seen her out on court there, and she has even created such an impact for their opens team. So, such an incredible athlete.
Nice touch, Mickey. Unlucky.
Just need a little bit more height on that ball off the shooter to come round front. It was the right idea. Eyes were down. Just wasn't executed the way it should have been, but great to see South were able to score off it either way. I'd really like to see someone go after those low bounce passes. They are that little bit slower, and we've got some quick and agile girls in these teams, so I'd like to see them just have a crack at trying to get those.
Yeah, look, anyone in my team would know that I absolutely hate them in the midcourt, so I would expect if you throw a bounce pass in the midcourt, it should be picked up.
I'm much the same. I think I've told most of my teams that it went out in 1986. I'm more of a drop ball into the circle kind of girl. But no, definitely wouldn't be doing a bounce pass in the midcourt.
Oh, Mickey Island positioned herself in front, wins that ball.
Yeah, and we've got an offensive contact just coming over the top there to get that little tip of the ball.
Which is a shame because the South's defenders really worked hard to create some turnovers and try and nose themselves a bit closer. But now here we are, West. Nice transition. Already 3/4 of the way down the court.
Absolutely. Oh, and a beautiful feed. Great hold. So strong in that hold as well. It's really hard for those defenders to get around the body of Eve there, and it's hard to do that. Oh,
Mickey Island again.
Mickey, incredible. She's been fantastic already this game. She's pulled in a lot of ball for West, and it'd be nice to see them deliver on that. Unfortunately, just ball placement not great there to the close side of the body.
Try and slow that down. One more pass, even reset.
Yeah, definitely trying to force it in quickly on those turnovers, and I think it's okay to use that reset and work it in. Just giving the shooters that opportunity to have one more second to set up.
Especially at this point in the game. Now is, if you're getting those turnovers, you want to capitalise and you want to start punishing, because it can be all the difference.
Yeah, one goal the difference. So those turnovers are...
Oh, Mickey Island again. That was unlucky.
It was a great hunt, and kudos to her. She's just backing up after every intercept, so...
We have seen a change in the backcourt with Penny Voigt coming on in wing defence for Souths. She's been a really exciting young player to watch.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to coach Penny as a part of the rep team for Newcastle, and she's a fantastic player. When she is on, she's on, and she just needs to get out there and play with confidence and work hard. You can see her defence already. She's not letting those West girls hit circle edge, just continuing to apply that pressure.
Well, Souths, they're lucky to not actually get called for delaying play.
Yeah, I agree.
You can do the turn. You're better off doing it as a defensive centre, but they snuck in on time.
Yeah, do have to be careful with your rolling subs that you aren't delaying the play there. So, good quick transition, and it's great to see they didn't get pulled for it, but they will need to keep an eye on that if they plan on rolling their centres again. Because, again, a call like that can make all the difference. It is an immediate turnover of the ball.
Absolutely. And a miss there. Nice pick up in rebounds for Emma McCallum.
Just not enough height on the ball for that particular shot, which isn't something Eliza usually struggles with, so may have just been a wind factor or just a little bit outside of her range, potentially.
Yeah. We've seen a full mid-court change for Souths. We've got Marley Gilmore now in centre and Midori Rees out there in wing attack, so... Let's see what this new combination can bring.
Definitely. Just when I felt like South was starting to get their rhythm as well. Again, great defensive pressure there. Forcing that long ball in and a great touch. And we've got a turnover.
I actually thought that should have been the other way around. But
I agree.
But Emily Milton's umpiring, so... We've got to take her word for it, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. We're not in the same position as those umpires, so it's easy for us to see differently. And again, West have been able to turn that over. Oh, and a great touch there. Unfortunately, just not enough to pull it in.
South's still just not able to capitalise on their turnovers that they're getting.
Yeah, they're really struggling to transition that ball down the court, but even when they are getting it down the court, rushing it into the circle and just not focusing on the placement. I'd really like to see them work the ball in further, so whether that means using their circle a bit more or resetting.
I think their main issue is they're struggling in that goal attack position. They're putting all the pressure on Eliza Brown. She's taking most of the shots, and the balls that they are forcing in are being easily picked up, just like what happened with Emma McCallum again.
Yeah.
That goal attack position needs to be solid. And last year they had Jade Stringer in there. She's moved up to opens. So it's been a bit of a gap all year.
Yeah, I agree. And even just then we saw goal attack is starting to sweep the front, but then stopping to hold. But unfortunately is just on the wrong side of the body for the ball. And West are just dominating in defence and getting those tips and turning over. But right now it seems that neither team has been able to capitalise much on those turnovers. West are still sitting out in front by 5 goals.
It's just starting to edge a little bit closer out each time. Bit of a wayward shot.
Yeah, unfortunately it just didn't quite work out. Great take from Penny Vogt there.
And you see West, they're already all back, trying to push high and wide.
Absolutely. They know that where to shut those players down, and they know that they defend high and wide on that circle, that they won't be able to transition the ball into the court.
And as we've seen, they've just brought Anna Voigt on into goal attack, which is her main position at this stage. So I'm hoping what we were just speaking about with that gap in that goal attack position, she starts to take control there, sweeps the front and creates better opportunities.
Yeah, and we can already see it's starting to make a little bit of an impact, just her positional play and the way that she drives into that circle without clogging the space. We've got a couple of sibling sets in the South team. We've got the Manning sisters, we've got the Vogue sisters and the Rees sisters. So, I mean, I know what it's like to play with my sister, so kudos to them for being able to commit and play such, incredible netball with their siblings on court.
Absolutely. Look, I used to play with my sister and she used to get angry with me. So mainly because I was too serious about it. So
I think maybe I was the unserious one. My sister gets a little too frustrated with me because I'm not quite as good as her.
Big turnover here by Wes.
Yeah.
And a quick transition already.
That went offside, and a few South girls saying, hey, well, she's offside there, but not realising that part of that was a contact.
Yeah, and it was an advantage play, so it was a contact call. So the umpires did really well. Zara Alexander, I think the umpiring so far has been pretty good.
Yeah, incredibly consistent, which is what we want to see. It's really hard when you get out on court and it's not consistent. Good or bad, consistency is the most important thing because you know what to expect.
They're letting it flow. Replay, yeah. They're letting it flow and they're letting some contest happen.
Which is good to see because at this level it does happen and it happens frequently, and it's nice to see that is allowed to occur.
Yeah. Goal defence change here for South with Bowie Manning coming in as the new defender. Lexi Manning coming off, one of the Manning sisters.
Yeah, so a swap for a sister for a sister.
Yeah.
And again, that's a big ball into that circle then, and they're quite lucky that it paid off. I'd really like to see them hit circle edge, but they're just really struggling on that second phase there, South, and they're not hitting that circle edge for those feeds.
But, Eliza Brown, she's under a lot of pressure right now. She's stepping up. Good on her.
She has been incredible under that pressure. She is holding strong, and she is getting two hands to those balls and pulling in, which is hard to do when they're so wide.
West just able to keep their noses just slightly in front, though.
And again, we see that second phase is a problem. So straight after the centre pass, they're struggling to find or create space to get that ball to circle edge.
And just miscommunication there.
Yeah, and West were able to pick that up. A great read by them and good defensive pressure.
And, Eliza Brown's so great with being able to actually move her body and change position to get a good hold. They had an attacker on the top of the circle. Use your circle. Use your triangle.
Yeah, agreed. A great touch and a turnover there.
2 turnovers quickly.
Yeah, that seems to be happening a lot. I think both teams need to take a little bit of a breath and slow things down before they transition on those turnovers. They're rushing and it's causing errors.
Oh no.
And West having to turn back to their defenders. Ball placement just not in the right spot, meaning South were able to pick it up. It's just a little error from West, but it could impact their game if they continue to keep that up.
It's all the little 1%ers, especially in a grand final.
Absolutely. A great read there from Anna Vogue. She was in the right spot, wasn't quite confident, saw that her shooter was set up. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite pay off, but they were able to get a goal from it. Oh, and that is a lucky pass, as I'll say. It got there, but it was risky and they almost ended up in the wrong spot.
Oh, and that one did.
Yeah, interesting that you would throw that pass over your defender when you've got somebody front there. I think you either need to fake the front and hope that draws the defender or give the front option. They're trying to push in for that glory pass and it's not worth it. You're better off working it in safely.
Oh, great pick up there by Izzy Spruce.
Izzy Spruce, what an incredible pickup. Just over the top of the shooter then without contacting. But then we see Mickey with a nice touch as well. Oh, and coming from out of play, beautiful timing. She was able to get another tip. And we've just had a whistle there. I'm not quite sure. It sounds like that was the end of the quarter, but there was a penalty. So we did just have to wait for that penalty to be taken. Unfortunately, it was a miss from South. And we've hit the half-time mark, Lexi. What do you think is going to happen in second half?
Oh, look, I think it's going to be really strongly contested. Look, it's a grudge match. It's South versus West.
Absolutely.
I think South's, they're missing a connection there with their mid-courts and shooters. I think that they really need to work on their second phase depth. They really need to work on trying to square up and find the body. Wests are doing really well to set up a really good zone defence. They're setting up a wall. They're pushing high and wide. Only way to beat a wall is to find the body and look for that second phase. At the moment, Souths, they're looking for the body, but they're still having to push back, and at times they're being called for offensive contacts because they're trying to force through, or they're forcing the long ball and putting too much pressure on their goal shooter.
All right, we're going to chuck over to a quick break and we'll see you shortly. We're about to go into our second half here of the 23s Grand Final here for 2025. You would have just seen from our ad break some of our sponsors for today's Grand Final and for Newcastle Netball. We had Pharmacy for Less Broadmeadow, City of Newcastle, the Duke of Wellington, Ethos Health, and of course our major sponsor, Greater Bank, which is also the major sponsor of the Greater Bank Tri-Series competition. We've just heard our whistle calling our players back out onto court for the second half in South versus West for the 23s. West are that little bit ahead at the moment, but again, as we said, West haven't been able to beat South so far this season, but they're doing a great job in this Grand Final, and it'll be interesting to see who does come out on top. And we're just about to kick off the second half. West first centre, and already it's a beautiful transition. 24-20 going into this half, so West up by 4. Not a huge margin, so South can definitely come back, but still bigger than most teams would hope for.
Yeah, and I just was listening in on the West huddle, and their main objective was really just to keep standing by each other, keep motivated, keep pushing, and be happy. That's the message. So it just goes to show that their culture, as much as it's a winning culture, it's about sportsmanship, it's about friendship, and if they can do all of those things really well, they can win this game.
Yeah, we know that they're a strong team, we know they're a strong club of players, and each individual player is strong, so it's great to hear their coaches not talking about the game, the netball, because they know they can do that. It's great to hear them talk about the culture and supporting each other and backing each other up and having fun. Because you're right, as much as this is the elite competition for Newcastle or even the Hunter region, it's also Saturday netball, and that's important to remember.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of an escape for some girls as well. Like if they're in the middle of exams and, you know, uni and whatever else might be happening in their life, this hour is something that they can come and spend time with their friends and enjoy. And that's what keeps people playing the sport.
Yeah, as women, this is the one sport that we are the majority and not the minority, so it is important to continue that culture.
Yeah, and you know, the main thing, especially about a grand final, or even any game, is to not get caught up in what you think the other team might do. You get too caught up in that, you're not worried about your own game, which means you're not executing your game plan. Ooh, a little bit of anger there from South coach Tiff. Just with some simple errors, doing little things like trying to use the post to bring the ball back in.
Yeah, unfortunately getting called for a short pass there, and it was that little bit short. I also don't think she was quite on court in time.
No, she didn't enter the court correctly, and you know, in big games like this, when you're only down by 4, it's not really the right thing to do unless you're absolutely confident in it. And
yeah, and the feeders were there. There were options on that circle edge to bring that ball onto the court, so it wasn't like I had no one else, I just tried something. There were options, and unfortunately the wrong one was chosen.
And you know, little things like that, when they go against you, that just allows the nerves to creep back in, and then little things start to happen, and then all those little 1%ers, they don't go your way.
Yeah, and you know, 1%'s 1%, but it adds up pretty quickly when you're getting 100 1%.
Absolutely it does, and you know, as I said, we're seeing a little bit of frustration from the Souths bench. So, you know, when you look at the West bench, they're calm, they're cool, they're collected, they know what they're doing, they're hitting their structures, and they're completing their game plans. But unfortunately, if we're looking at this Souths team, they might have been the minor premiers, but you know, anything can happen in a grand final.
They have been able to transition the ball down this end of the court. Unfortunately, they've either struggled getting it into the right spot in the circle or getting those goals in. But as we said, Eliza Brown is incredibly accurate, and so I think they are putting the pressure on to keep giving her the ball, which is great that they have that trust and faith. But you know, the goal attacks in this game really need to step up and help out.
They have just rolled Eliza Brown off.
That's a very interesting decision, because I think
she's
Eliza
keeping them on the board.
Strong.
She was holding well. She was accurate. Maybe it's just to have a quick break and then go back out there and execute some more things, which is, okay, they've put her in goal attack, so they're trying to get a little bit more flow through.
I think also we are used to seeing Eliza in goal shooter, and we know that she's quite strong on the hold, so switching her up into goal attack will change how the West defenders need to defend. But it also just takes a little bit of the pressure off her to deliver in the circle.
In a sense, but it could also do the opposite.
You're right.
And you know, she's doing so much out in that mid-court that by the time she's getting down into that circle, you know, is she going to be able to be as accurate? Is she going to be able to make the best decisions, because she's out in the mid-court more tired than she usually would be?
Yeah, and not having, although she has played there this season and a reasonable amount of time, having it not be her major position, it'll be interesting to see whether that continues to impact the second phase issue that South are continuing to have.
Yeah. Nice little baseline drive there.
Yeah, great drive from the goal shooter.
It did take a lot of passing to get it down there, though.
It did, and I'll be honest, when that ball went in, I did squint a little bit and go, ooh, but it did pay off.
Oh, and a nice pick-up there from South, so a little bit of a momentum shift.
Yeah, Bowie Manning pulling in that ball then and getting awarded it by the umpire as well, so... Oh, a beautiful roll to front cut there. And a great shot.
And 2 in a row there from Souths.
Yeah, already the movement in the circle is much better, so interesting to see if that continues. I'd like to see some more intensity on that centre pass with those the goal attack, wing attack coming out.
Yeah, it's just flat, isn't it?
It is. It's more of a jog. It doesn't feel like there's any intent, and that will. It makes it easier for your defenders, but also it becomes predictable that your team's defenders are going to have to be participating on that centre pass.
Well, Eliza Brown rolling out into this goal attack position, you know, they've already brought it back to now only 2, so it might have been a move that they've been holding on to for a fair while.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen Midori come off now to have a break as well, so changing up that wing attack position as well, we might see some strong drives.
Yeah, Millie Corcoran coming on. She's been moving out of the shooting positions into the mid-court. She's strong. She's really defensive, and her ball placement has been very good over the season.
Some great touches there from the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, just a contact on her last attempt at the ball. And the goal defence out as well, making it an easy pass straight into Eve there for an uncontested shot.
We're still staying ahead by 3 goals. South's just not really able to break too many of their structures just yet.
Yeah, that was a nice second phase transition. Unfortunately, it just didn't come straight after the second pass, so it almost ended up being like a third or fourth phase.
No goal.
Interesting. It's a beautiful shot. Unfortunate that it wasn't rewarded.
She's Abby Leach. She's come on in that goal shooter position and has some really good baseline drives. She's creating a lot of space, and I even think Eliza's staying up a little bit high and giving her space to make those runs.
Yeah, and it's been a great impact for this game. I think this decision maybe even needed to be made a little bit earlier, but she's had a great impact in those first couple of minutes of her coming onto the court, so definitely excited to see what she can deliver for the rest of this game. A beautiful take. And just a contact there, which is fortunate because that all just didn't quite sink, but a nice shot, bringing it up to that 1 point difference, but going into West Centre here. So,
good patience there by Laura Grierson.
Yeah, we could hear some let go, but it was good patience because you could see those South defenders were just coming around the body and that quick pass wasn't going to work.
No.
We're about halfway through this, a bit over halfway through this third quarter, and the score has levelled up that little bit more. West ahead by 2, South currently in possession on their centre glass. So we'll see. Good touch, great job chasing after it to make sure she was able to pull that in. Oh, and Eliza with another beautiful shot, bringing it up to that 1 point. West Centre. Great defensive pressure. West having to go back to their defenders there. Ball placement a little bit behind the body there. Oh, but still an easy transition into that circle. And a beautiful drive from the goal attack there. Just great timing and a great feed from Eve. Just in the wrong spot there. Unfortunately, unable to get her feet around the body there for Bowie. And it looks like this score might continue to stay at that 1 to 2 points ahead. Kira Tunbridge coming on into wing defence, and she's, in the first couple of seconds, had an impact, being able to turn that ball over.
Well, West lucky there not to get a held ball. It was bordering.
It definitely was. But I think that shows that South is stepping up their defence that little bit on the circle edge.
Yeah. Kira Tunbridge, been really solid for West over the last few years, has come back from a lot of different injuries, and so it's really good to see her still out there and you know, pushing and making a really good impact and having a good time.
Yeah, definitely. She has had a couple of injuries. I think she's had both knees now, potentially. So great to see her still being able to play netball, but you're right, getting out there and giving it a crack.
But it also comes down to commending the support of West, because they've had a lot of girls over the last few years go down with ACL injuries or other season-ending injuries, and they've stuck by them. They always make sure that they know that they still have a place. They help them with their rehab. So it's a major accomplishment for West to have the culture that they do.
Yeah, and we want to see that from clubs. Oh, that was a risky pass, but a fantastic take from Abby Leach.
Unfortunately, though, it just means West are coming away with another turnover, which could potentially put them 6 ahead, which would be the biggest margin we've had all game.
Yeah, 6 is a big margin, and I think this is where South probably need to look to change something up there. They have been able to turn that ball over, but again, their transitions are not strong. And they're a little bit predictable as well in that circle.
Mickey Island, great touch.
A beautiful touch.
Oh, unlucky there.
Very unlucky. Good quick delivery from Abby Leach, and she drives in. And hopefully she can score that goal. We're going into a West Centre again. And changing things up in the centre position there. Marley Gilmore just coming off for the moment.
Yeah, we see Kenya Rees back out there. She'll be really defensive on that ball, like over that ball, so...
Yeah, and I think it'll change up the feeding style into the circle, which could potentially help with the issues South are having getting that ball in.
Yeah. Cross-court balls, hospital balls, you don't throw them. Especially not in a grand final.
No, need to square up there.
And having been with, you know, a club like South before, knowing their structures are certainly not throwing those cross-court balls. It's very much punching forward, creating the good opportunities and the good angles, and if you need to go backwards, you go backwards. But I know it would be definitely frustrating their coach.
Yeah, for sure. They are known for having that square option and also presenting down the line and punching forward, right? And there is some cross-court balls going on, and I don't know whether that's fatigue or, you know, the nerves of the game, but it's not doing them any favours at the moment. And West have been able to now get 6 ahead.
Yeah, and a great triangle there actually used by West, using that pocket and then finding their goal attack on the baseline.
And a contact on the circle there.
Yeah, South's just not showing a lot of discipline.
No, and it's great to see that they're defensively having a crack, but you've also got to be disciplined about that, particularly when you are so far down. You can't afford to put those penalties away.
And then again, just not driving forward, not giving that front option, or even putting it back on your players. As the person with the ball, if you're in possession, you've really got to demand a really good pass and demand a decent drive from your players. And they should know at this level, especially within a team sport, that that's what we need from you. That's what they need each player to do. And South's just not stepping up and doing that.
And another shot from Eliza there.
She's been solid.
She has been. She's been definitely South's impact player for sure. Oh, great touch.
Yeah. Evie just sort of stuck, not coming forward, not getting on the move, and it becomes easy for the defenders to really fly through and get those.
Yeah, her holding has become that little bit more static. She's not moving her feet and adjusting to the defenders as much.
And that is three-quarter time.
Three-quarter time, seeing that score push out a little bit. West sat a bit further ahead there, just showing their dominance. We can see South are just...
They're tired, they're frustrated.
Absolutely, and I think they're mentally a little bit drained, and you can see that on their faces, but also in their performance on court.
Yeah, what we don't realise is there's such a big hype about the Newcastle Netball Tri-Series Grand Final, and when you're bringing in some new young players that haven't ever been with the association before, this is really big and it can be really daunting. So you bring those players in and they're on a stage, and the nerves set in even more. Even if you've been at the top all year, today's a different day.
Yeah, and some of these players are as young as 15. The under-23s competition, you can be 15 all the way up to turning 23 in that year of play. So both of these sides are particularly young, but even so, South have quite a young 23s team. So I think maybe only one or two are over the age of 18. So definitely a younger team. And that's a lot of pressure to put on kids' shoulders.
Absolutely. But, you know, there's still 15 minutes. Anything can happen.
Exactly.
You know, you look at Suncorp, I mean, the team that finished in 4th at the regular season, they went through and won it.
Exactly. Coming through like Vixen's, that one goal.
And it's a matter of want.
Yeah.
Want and you know, wanting not only to do it for yourself, but for the team, for the coaches. It's a club thing. It's a major thing, and it's 15 minutes for South to show, you know, we've been at the top all year. Can we do this?
And the only South team to make the grand final this year as well. So they're probably feeling a bit of pressure in terms of, we are the representatives for the club, we've got to do well, and again, that's hard to take on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're able to take that deep breath and work hard this quarter to get that ball in the circle and those goals in the hoop.
You know, it is 7 and there's only a couple of turnovers that takes to get there, so...
Exactly. And they've started off the game with first centre.
But unfortunately, missed goal, Mickey Island easily able to get that rebound, and we see West with a nice simple transition already.
I think a bit of a panic shot for Eliza there. She didn't look like she wanted to shoot it. She looked for another option, saw there wasn't one, and put it up, and I don't think it was her normal shooting style. So I think she needs to have some confidence to either put those balls up or use her reset option on that transverse as well.
Yeah, South's able to force a turnover here and move down the court, so they really need to score off this first centre.
A great feed in. And a great shot. Hopefully this gives South the confidence they need to get that score margin a little bit closer. And again, West are just
nice
really easily able to transition that ball. It was a beautiful feed.
I still think she needs to be just that little bit higher.
Yeah, she's landing right on that baseline, and we've seen a couple of times, if there weren't contact calls, they would have been throw-ins, and once or twice they were throw-ins, so definitely needs to be holding that bit higher up.
Yeah, and unfortunately here a turnover against South, so we see West travel through now. And you know, West, they took the long road to get to this grand final, coming in third, having to play in the minor, and then having to play in the prelim and work really hard to be here. And I was speaking to their coach. They didn't want to be the only West team not in the grand final as well. So there was a lot of pressure put on them to make sure that they did succeed and prove today that, you know, this is why we win it year in, year out. And
to show even that they're capable of stepping up into those Opens and Championship teams when needed, because they're able to deliver on days like today. And an offensive contact there from Eve.
Yeah, she's given away a couple now, so she needs to watch her discipline there as well.
Yeah, tidy up some of those holds on the body. She's just pushing those boundaries a little bit and getting...
Is that the right time? That's a big momentum shift.
Yeah, definitely. Again, just a forced feed into that circle, which didn't pay off at all, going straight over that sideline. Oh, great touch. Unfortunately, just getting caught on that back leg there, not quite moving the feet around the body. A great hold there, Eve. Beautiful shot.
West now really push this lead out to 9. You know, we've got 11 and a half minutes left. When it's starting to really push out at this time, you know, it's either now or never.
Yeah, the South have got about a minute to step up and deliver here. Otherwise, I think this game will go to West.
Yeah. Shot.
And I think you can even see their heads are down. They're not giving the same energy they were at the beginning of this game or even the beginning of last quarter. So I'd like to see them really step up and have some confidence and just go for everything. What have you got to lose?
Yeah.
When the score's out by 9 like this, you know, give it everything.
And you know, last year they did step up. They ended up only going down by about 5,
which was a fantastic game and a fantastic comeback for them, because they were that little bit further down, and to come back by that much was so impressive. So we know they're capable.
Absolutely.
We just need to see it.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of, you know, I think it's going to come down to experience and who's going to be able to hold their head. And at the moment, we're really seeing West, that's shining through for them. And the young players that are around them, they're being uplifted by those girls with experience. And that shows true leadership too.
It's starting to look a little bit messy out there on court for South. They're kind of a bit scattered and everywhere and not particularly confident. And just not even showing strength in some of their movement either.
No, and I think West had them sort of scratching their heads a little bit because they're continuing to make positional changes to see if it's going to affect, but unfortunately it just seems that West are able to continue their flow even though they're making the positional changes as well.
Oh, great turnover there from Marley. Unfortunately, again, South, they're just throwing these risky passes that are just not paying off. They really need to punch forward and deliver a front option so they can get that ball down the court.
Absolutely, because, as we were just saying, Souths need to step it up right about now, and it does seem that there's a little bit of a momentum shift, which could be in South's favour.
Yeah, they just need to hold that momentum shift and, keep trying, keep pushing, keep working hard for this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
If anything, I think there's still definitely potential for them to win, but just show that you can reduce the score margin, that you're capable of stepping up, that you can be at the same level.
Yeah, just maintain that intensity. But, they're bringing this down now. This is now at 6, so...
Which is great to see, so hopefully they can continue to turn some ball over here and keep working hard. They've started to step up that defensive pressure in that second phase there and pushing the shooters a little bit further out as well, which has been able to transition that ball for them. They need to keep driving forward and not standing flat here. They're starting to get a little bit static.
Yeah.
Clear out. If you're not given the ball, clear out, go again. There's a lot of just standing still and waiting for it to come, or just like continuous driving in the same direction. Again, clear out, go again.
Yeah, and even just, I guess, there's not a great rebound there by Elatainen. But even when they're giving that ball, when they're hitting that circle edge, it's almost a little bit lazy.
That is exactly how it feels.
Their defenders, though, stepping up.
The defenders absolutely are stepping up.
Oh, and a turnover here.
Yeah, unfortunately just unable to pull in that loose ball and just getting a little bit of a contact there when they're attempting that second pass there from Pennyvo. Footwork call there for Eve, so South have been able to turn it over again, and hopefully they can maintain this momentum.
It's this transition, though. They're just stuck.
They are. They seem to get stuck at both transverse lines.
Great touch. Unlucky.
They get stuck at both transverse lines when transitioning that ball down the court. And even now, not hitting circle edge or getting in an uncomfortable spot on that circle edge, which isn't setting them up to have those beautiful feeds that we saw earlier in the game.
South, with the last couple of goals, they've managed to bring this down to 5, and it's their centre, so they are stepping up. There's just over 6 minutes to go.
Oh, a risky pass. Great hands from Abby Leach. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it, but an obstruction call.
A late call, yeah.
Yeah, a late obstruction call, which was quite lucky for them, and they were able to deliver a goal there. Just over 6.5 minutes left in this game, and it is now only a 4-point margin. You can hear the crowd. They are really pushing for this South team to lift here, and they have, but to just continue working hard to get this ball.
Yeah, and see West stuck down on the South end with all the South supporters.
Yes.
It's loud.
It is loud, and that's hard to keep your focus on the game when you are hearing that. Again, just not a good pass at all. A rushed and frantic decision to push this long ball into the space of a defender. The defenders for this South team are working their butts off, and I just don't think their attack end is delivering.
No, and you know,
and it's their attacking midcourt. Their shooters have been phenomenal this game.
Yeah, and we're also seeing like the South coaching staff starting to scratch their heads as well. You know, they've thought all year they've been at the top, they've been the pinnacle, but they're just sort of starting to get frustrated and see the fact that the team's just not stepping up the way they need them to.
And I think it's like you said earlier, this is where West's grand final and high pressure game experience really comes into play. They're used to this, so we haven't seen them drop or be not cool, calm and collected this entire game.
No, and yes, we did have half of the South team come back, but it is a new look team. They there's not a lot of South's juniors coming through, so they've brought in some girls, not really using that pathway. They've managed to get another turnover here. And the South bench just urging everyone to lift as much as possible.
Yeah, those turnovers, we can see some heads drop, and it's like some of their mid-court just gives up, and you can't do that. You really need to continue to live. Oh, what a feed from 1 foot. Great work there to Eliza.
But unfortunately, that's a contact, Eliza Brown coming through contacting.
Yeah, just trying to keep up and, shoulder to shoulder, and unfortunately it's just not worked out and giving away that little contact. But great hustle from her.
Mickey Island, she has been brilliant today.
She has absolutely dominated that defence, and for West, she has gotten so much turnover for them and just really made it difficult for South to get that ball into the shooters.
And just really stepped up as a leader. You can hear her talking to all of her players the whole game. She has been uplifting them. She's been getting behind them. I was watching her in the huddle. She had her arms around those young players, telling them, we can do this. We've got plenty of time. We know what we're doing. And to settle those nerves for those young girls is massive.
And possession to South there, to the goalkeeper, sorry. And again, they're just getting stuck. There's no punch through, no forward. But again, then they punch through at the last second and don't clear out to re-offer. They just stand static, and it's not doing anything.
Oh, Mickey Island.
Oh my. She has had a phenomenal game.
Just over 2 minutes left of this game now. South's finding themselves 7 down. They're making a comeback, but I just don't think they've got enough time.
I don't think so either. I mean, anything is possible, but we've just seen another turnover. They're struggling to get that ball down the court, so I think there's just not enough time for them to transition so much ball down. And again, this is probably one of the better transitions we've seen from South in this game, and even it's still that little bit chaotic. Great defensive pressure from West. They've got this little bit of a zone set up, which is allowing their keeper and defender to go for a fly.
Oh, Mickey Island. There she is again.
I reckon we've said her name a trillion times this entire game. She is having a blinder. She has come out and turned ball over after ball after ball after ball.
And, South are getting those turnovers. Oh, great pickup. Emma McCallum, she has also been great. I just think the defensive pressure that West have put on South, although they've gotten the turnovers, they have been soaking up so much time trying to actually move the ball down the court that they haven't been able to capitalise on anything.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, it seems that the shooting end and the defenders are working really hard for South, but the mid-court's just not delivering, and that's really unfortunate because this team has a lot of potential.
And you know what? The defenders have worked their guts out today. They have turned over so much ball.
They have really created a lot of pressure for that West team, and that's hard to do, so kudos to them.
And they've been up against some really strong attacks in Evie Rockabarrow and Allura Grierson in that centre position, wing attack position. Emma McCallum's been down there, Aisha Fox. So Souths have done really well to keep this where it is, but unfortunately they just have not capitalised. And we're sitting at 30 seconds left. So we are looking at the start of a West win.
We are. And it'll be interesting to see if that follows on for the rest of the day, because we do have West up against North next in our Opens, and then West against Nova in our Championship division.
And we do know West are going to be going for that back-to-back trifecta.
They will be. Oh,
Unlucky.
a wild shot, I think, knowing that there's not a lot of time left in this game. And that is time here.
And West have done it.
West come away with win number 1 of the day for our 23s Opens for our 23s Tri-Series team for 2025. Again, South played some good netball and did get out there early and deliver. However, it just wasn't enough, and they weren't able to keep that momentum and allowed West to get away with that win.
No, and, experience really shines through. And congratulations to South for being where they were today, being in the grand final, because it's still massive. There's 6 other teams that aren't here today. So it's massive to be here. But congratulations to West. It's really shone through that experience and from the start of the game, from that first whistle, they were strong.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, they didn't show any hesitation or any... They were calm, they were collected the entire game. There was no pressure placed on them. They knew they could do it, and they continued to stick to that game plan and came away with the win. And again, it goes to that club culture. We can see the Opens and the chants cheering on the 23s team, and it's an awesome feeling.
Yeah,
and great to watch.
It shows that they're not just 3 individual teams; they're a whole squad.
Yes, they're a unit, which is exactly what you want.
Yep, absolutely.
And even the Opens, they've stopped their warm-up to come over and congratulate their 23s, knowing that they've got to step onto the court and potentially deliver here as well. So, great to see. It's good netball. It's a great day for netball. The sun's out, which we love. It's not too hot. And we've got some incredible athletes here on the court for all the teams today.
Absolutely. This first game, this 23s game, is just really the start of how much skill that we still have ready for the rest of the day, really.
Yeah. And you'll see in our Opens and Championship divisions, like the level of athleticism and skill and just netball mindedness is going to increase.
Absolutely. And West winning this, that just fires up the rest of those teams now.
Yeah, their Opens and their Championship team will be feeling really confident going into these games, knowing that they're 23s, they're the youngest of them all, and the babies of the squad have been able to come away with that win.
Absolutely. But it also fires up those other teams as well, because they see the hype of what it means to win.
Yeah, and they want that for their own clubs and their own teams, so they're going to come out firing, and I think, North, who we have next up in our Opens game, will deliver on that.
Absolutely, and North and West have had some really close games in the Opens division. You played in the Opens division. I coached in the Opens division, so it was close quite across the board. The Opens division is actually a really tough division.
It's a tough competition, and, you're right, they have had some close games, but they also play completely different styles of game. West are very strong on the body, play one-on-one defence, whereas North tend to play a spatial defence. They really don't get tight on, particularly in their defensive end. They stay wide and they come through for those fly balls and they play spatially. And if you're someone who's used to holding and being on the body, you'll struggle.
But there's
one incredible match.
Alrighty, we're going to take a look at our presentation for our 23s competition. You'll get to hear from NNA representatives.
For their continued support of this event. We also extend our gratitude to Chardon Weight production team and our partners, volunteers and those who contribute to make the competition the best in the Hunter. We're excited to welcome Kirsten Clark, Netball New South Wales Regional Manager for Hunter and Central Coast, to present the awards to our 23 years umpires and our grand final teams. Welcome, Kirsten. We'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking our umpires for today's 23's grand final and ask them to come forward, please. Emily Milton, Zara Alexander and reserve umpire Unsane, thank you. Let's begin by acknowledging our runners-up, Souths. While not taking home the title today, Souths, you have played exceptional netball all season, and we are sure you're going to be pushing really, really hard for this one next year in 2026. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to Souths. Congratulations on an outstanding season. You can come forward, please, to receive your awards. And Midori, would you like to say a few words?
To Wes, thank you guys. It's always a great game, really hard, really tough. To the girls, good job this season. Honestly, couldn't be more proud of all of you. To our coaching staff and to Opens for sticking with us all year. It was a great year, and good job.
Before we crown our champions, it's my pleasure to announce the recipient of the Greater Bank Most Valuable Player for this grand final. We invite Kirsten to present this award to Michaela Ireland from the 23s West. Congratulations, Michaela, well played. And now we come to the moment we've all been waiting for, the crowning of our champions. What a fantastic display of netball to take out this year's grand final for the 23s grade. Please join me and give me a big round of applause for West's Balance, the winners of the NNA Tri-Series 23s Championship. Congratulations on an outstanding season and your win today. Our coaching cut staff, you can come forward too, please. Captains want to say a few words?
We'd just like to say a big thank you to South. You guys are always a great game, so thank you so much. To our girls, we've done it again. Our season was really slow to start with, but we really pulled through when we needed to, and it shows that hard work beats anything, so I'm really proud of you guys.
And thanks to the umpires for umpiring our game. It wouldn't be netball without you guys. And Netball Newcastle, thank you for hosting this great grand final series. And thank you out to our supporters. Woo! Oh my God.
Thank you, Kirsten, for assisting us to present awards today. We really appreciate it. And this concludes the presentation for the 23rd grade.
We're going to take a quick break now, and then we'll be back for the Opens Grand Final here at Newcastle Netball.
going to be fun. I think between both teams, because we all know each other quite well. We've got two sisters versing each other. So I think it's just going to be a fun physical battle. But I think we're all going to have a few laughs after it as well. So I think that excitement's going to bring it. And I think it's going to be close.
What's going to be key?
Our patience again. Just our movement, our attacking end, just getting it in there, working it, easing it. I think when we played him in the first semis, we just rushed it a little bit. Got a bit frantic, but then we just showed today that we can actually play it at that slow pace and get it into the circle.
Yeah, I think just being patient. They've got a lot of defensive combinations that we've seen in that semi-final, so we sort of know them, as I said before, so just trying to be patient and adapt to that and not play to their game, stick to our game, just have fun. I think it's going to be a good game and we're really excited.
I think they play really smart netball. It's not like kind of that younger, speedy, like they're really fast and athletic, obviously, but it's that really like give 100%, then back off, like smart, sharp, read the play netball, which is really hard to verse, but
I think they are actually smart because obviously, especially in that attack end, they've got some really smart heads, older players that obviously been playing for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of that game against South, I think they just controlled it.
Yeah.
They were they were level-headed, they slowed it down and they controlled it. So, yeah, they're going to be hard.
Yeah.
They're going to be hard, but I think we'll match them.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Newcastle Netball Association. This afternoon we have our Opens Grade Grand Final for the Newcastle Netball Association, sponsored by Greater Bank Tri-Series. I'd like to welcome the teams out onto the court for today's Grand Final, and let's start with West Balance 2, Layla Fernley, Ella Smith, Crystal Lowe, Lachelle Holland, Acacia Ellis, Mia Marshall, Olivia Perillo, Ruby Gardner, Sam Keogh, and Xylee Connolly. For North's Opens, we have Mia Angel, Nikki Robson, Abby Morgan, Jessica Mossman, Ellie Stacey, Sydney Slade, Grace Constable, Renee Smith, Grace Middleby, Xanthi Reinberger, Ashley Miller, and Sophie Perkins.
Well, it's a cracking day for Grand Final netball here at Newcastle Netball Association. We're about to jump into our Opens game shortly. We just finished up with 23s, West versus South. West taking away the win in the end against South. It'll be interesting to see these two teams to play today, North and West. They've been close most of the season. I think 31-33 win to North in round 2, and in round 9 a draw, 36 all. So it's going to be a good matchup for sure.
Absolutely, and when we look at these two teams, like these two teams are just flooded with skill. There's so many Premier League players, Metro League players. We've even got both Ellie Stacey and Acacia Ellis just come off a gold medal win for New South Wales First Nations. So there is so much talent across both of these teams. The major semi was another close one. West, I think, came out in front by about 6-8. North's missing a few players, so it will be good to see what this inclusion can bring for North. I think it's going to be a grudge match again, and I think this could go either way.
Yeah, just talking to Fiona Morn earlier about the lineup for today's Opens team, and she said to me, how do I pick a starting lineup when every single one of these girls could play in this game? It shows the depth of the team. You could put anybody onto that court and not have it disrupt that flow. They are all incredible and talented players, and I think the same goes for North even. very different teams. We spoke earlier, North, they play very off the body, spatial defence, whereas West are that little bit tighter and more structured in their defence.
Yeah, it just goes to show the depth within two teams, as you said, and as Fiona said. You know, how do you pick a starting lineup when any of those girls could easily be right up there with anyone else? And, you know, a lot of these girls can also rival a lot of the champs players. They're so talented. We've got the teams just finishing up their warm-ups now, and then we'll be getting underway very shortly.
You can already see the intensity in their warm-up, and you know it is that next level up from the 23s, and you'll notice that throughout today's games. Each grade is just that one step, you know, higher, and their intensity is just one step more than the team before, but still all incredible netballers and players, and the potential is there.
Absolutely, you know, the crowds lift, the intensity lifts, the pace is quicker, the defence, or I guess the body, it's stronger. So as we go through the rest of the day and see each individual grade come through, you notice the change and the step up each time.
Yeah, and this grade, it is open to all age groups. So we do have 15-year-olds in it, but we've also got people who are older than that and have a lot of netball experience and life experience, and a lot they can bring to the court. And you'll notice that the North team has some players that are that little bit older than the West team, but I'll tell you what, they're some of the strongest and quickest players on that court, but their maturity and their netball experience isn't matched. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top here.
Absolutely, and even when we look at experience, although I guess age-wise Wests are lower, when you look at experience and when you look at championships, Wests they've got everything going for them, and they've got the rap sheet to prove why they're here again.
Yeah, they've got the experience of playing grand final after grand final and winning them for the past several years. So it's not that they're lacking in experience. The experience is just different. And
yeah,
you're right. It's going to come down to the line, I think.
It's going to be an exciting game. The weather's great. The crowd's picking up again as we get further down into the higher age groups. So we've got other grand finals going ahead. So a reminder that if you do hear a siren, it is not this particular game, and it is the rest of Newcastle Netball Association's grand finals being underway.
Yes, we are running on our own central timing system for this particular game. So our 23s were great at not letting that stuff up their momentum and their rhythm. So let's make sure that hopefully our Opens teams can do the same. You know, we are used to all playing on the same timing system, so it can startle you for sure.
North's just taking the opportunity to continue some centre pass work and some ball movement.
Yeah. Again, different teams, and it's funny, Tracy Baggs, who is the head coach of the championship team over at West, she said, why would you change something that's working? And you're right, why would you? So West are sticking to that game plan that they've had for the last couple of years, whereas North, they haven't really been here much before. They've been here last year, but again, they were previously, a lot of these players playing for the University of Newcastle, which dropped out of this competition, and North took the opportunity as a local club to implement a team. It's also great to see the excitement on their face and in their persona today. A reminder, grand finals are exciting. Yeah, they're nerve-wracking and for sure they're a challenge, but they're fun, they're exciting. It's a privilege and an honour to make them, and that in itself is something that should be congratulated.
Absolutely. Nerves can fuel positivity though, and I think that if the nerves are there, it just means that you care so much and that your mindset is to win and be competitive, and if that is happening, then you know, you're going to have to leave it all out there.
Definitely. You are going to have to leave it all out there. You know, if you do get that bit behind, don't drop your head, keep working hard, keep hustling, because, you know, anything can change.
Absolutely. And, you know, we just saw that when we had the under-23s grand final. We had the minor premiers going up against third place in the regular season. West come through with holding their heads high, having the experience, and unfortunately, all those little 1%ers, all those little mistakes that Souths were making, we saw them dropping their heads, and there was so much pressure going into each quarter that they just weren't able to keep momentum and keep flow and break into the West's defensive lineup and capitalise on any of the turnovers that were made.
Yeah. Interesting to see out here today. We've got all three of the Smith sisters playing, and two will come head-to-head in this game. We've got Renee Smith for North and younger sister Ella Smith for West, and later on we've got Veronica in Nova. So I did say to Mum Monique earlier, I said, who are we cheering for? And she goes, oh, too hard, Switzerland. But they're, you know, similar but different positions. Ella's a mid-court defender and Renee a defender. So it'll also be interesting to see the different styles of play, because they are quite different on court. Having the opportunity to verse both of these teams and come up against both defenders, they're both challenging but in different ways.
Absolutely, and we have seen through West, especially Ella, move into that mid-court role. She stepped into a Premier League position this year with UTS Sparks and has made that transition. And from what I've seen, especially when we've been playing against West over the course of the season, that knowledge and her position and awareness in that position has just continued to grow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what she can deliver in centre today, because you're right, she has transitioned to the mid-court and she's doing a phenomenal job.
One player I am excited to watch is Ruby Gardner. She has been really strong in that goalkeeper position for West over the last couple of years.
She has. She's defensively quite strong on the body, but she's also got great footwork and can get around. And it'll be definitely hard for the North shooters to come up against her. As well, Nikki Robson from North, she is a phenomenal player. She plays very off the body. She comes out and she just drives through for these beautiful intercepts. She reads the play really well, and she's always there to back her team up when they need. So those loose balls from tips and touches are always picked up, and I think that might throw a bit of a spanner in the works for West, and I'm interested to see how they'll adjust against that.
Absolutely. Her voice and experience has really, I think, resonated really well for this younger North's team, especially when we look at the preliminary final. She was really instrumental in getting this team to be playing today. So I think as much as there's lots of experience game-wise at this top level for West, there's still so much experience and even life experience and, I guess, composure that we can see from North.
And you can see the sideline is looking pretty blue today at one end, which is awesome to see. North have only got one team in this grade, and as you can see, over half of the sideline is looking nice and blue. So we've seen that all three West teams are here today, so I'm sure there's lots of supporters out there, but it's nice to see the stands filled with that blue.
Absolutely it is, and you know, in the previous game we had a whole half section full of red for South, so it's great to see so many supporters getting out and about and I guess really just celebrating not only the grand final and the girls, but the sport itself.
Yeah, and the elite pathway that this offers.
Now we'll throw to Monique for umpires.
We're going to throw to Monique now, who's going to introduce our umpires for the game.
I'd like to introduce the umpires for today's grand final for the Opens grade. We have Ella Taylor, Ellie Taylor and Emily Milton. So.
Yeah, great to see our umpires being acknowledged as well. Games don't go without them, and they are an important asset. So we saw the last game, the umpires really allowed for the contest to occur and for the game to flow, and I'm excited to see as this game will be contested really well, how that flows on into this game and even into champs later this afternoon.
Absolutely, and you know, every umpire is different. They pick up different things. Everything's subjective, so it'll be very interesting to see even someone new coming in. I know we've had a lot of the same umpires over the last few years. We've had some young umpires come through and start to build up in the ranks, which is really exciting. So everyone's different, and I'm hoping to see it actually be able to be contested.
Yeah, and particularly when they do have such different styles of defence, these two teams, you know, when you are that tighter on the body, you sometimes do tend to get penalised. And that sometimes is, you know, lack of ability to move around the body, but also just because you're playing tight. So it'll be interesting to see how they take a look at that subjectively and go, is this actually contact, or are they contesting the ball and they have a different style of play?
Yeah, regardless, they're going to go for everything. Both teams are, and I do think we're going to see some bodies flying.
Definitely. Both teams are hungry and they're going to want these wins. Not long till we get started here for the Opens Grand Final 2025. North's up against West. We just finished off the 23s. West against South. West coming out on top. You know, setting the standard for the day. We've got all three West teams in, and they'll be striving to get a win of all three teams.
Starting to get underway here as teams are picking up their positions and getting ready. It's loud already, and I think that's going to continue all the way through.
And we're almost ready to start. We've set up on court. We just need the timekeepers okay and an umpire's whistle.
And it is North Centre to start.
Hopefully they're able to convert on this first centre and you know, continue to do that for the game. But yeah, starting off with a goal is always a huge win in any game.
Absolutely, and it's a settling thing too, to be able to know you've hit your centre pass, you've worked through your structure, gotten your goal, and okay, we're underway here. Already West structures, defensive pressure, pushing high and wide, and they've caused a turnover.
Yeah, just not allowing North to come straight onto that ball in front position, you know, pushing that ball that little bit too far out and going onto the sideline.
And when we look at North's style of play, because they're looking for so much space all the time, they do tend to throw big long balls, and that is exactly what just happened. And that's what West want you to do. They want you to they want to push you high and wide so it entices you to take the long ball and create a turnover.
Oh, beautiful little pass under the post there, shooter to shooter. And we're scoring our first goal of the game, and it's now their centre.
Layla Fernley back for West in that goal shooter position. She's been massive for them over the last few years. Stepping up into opens after a few years in 23s. Oh, nice little touch there from Mia Angel.
And you can already see the intensity difference between the opens compared to the 23s game, and champs will increase in intensity as well, but it's already some tight, contested and strong drives onto the ball.
Oh, Ollie Perillo, nice little touch there.
Yeah, great touch. Just ruining the momentum a little bit for North. I'd like to see someone from North get on that circle edge, see if they can get those feeds into the circle. Oh, beautiful drive and a great hold.
Nice shot there by Grace Constable. As you watch throughout the game, you'll see Sydney Slade for North will do lots of work in that front position to create so much space there for Grace. And she always has. She's got a great shooting style. She's quite accurate.
Yeah, and we've seen it already, just opening up that space there for Grace so she could get that front hold and ball straight into the hoop. Nice little front sweep around to the post. Oh. Unfortunately, unable to convert.
Oh, body's flying, and it's Ella Smith. That's pretty typical, but she bounces back. She's tough.
She is tough, but you're right. Not unusual for her to go flying.
Oh, contact there by Ollie Perillo, just coming in with the wrong arm.
good intensity and ability to match pace there. She gave it everything. Unfortunately, just didn't get in the right position.
Yeah, as you watch Ollie Perillo, especially in the circle, she's got great elevation. She can be very disciplined too, so she's an exciting little player. And not only that, her ability to get low on some of those balls, she's a real scrapper.
Definitely. Beautiful hold and roll into the right position there from the goal shooter, Grace Constable. Again, North are sticking to that sideline a little bit. We want to see them square up and come to the middle of the court.
Great pick up there by Ruby Gardner. Just able to get her position around the front and towards a little touch.
Grace Middleby, beautiful drive, then getting a tip. Unfortunately, just not being able to pull it in.
I do think over the course of this game, Norths are going to have to be very strategic in when they bring people in and how they make their turns and their rolling subs, because they've got some powerhouses sitting on that sideline, but they're impact players. So bring them in too early and your momentum could be lost too early, but bring them in too late and they can't have their desired effect.
Yeah, definitely. So they will have to watch that timing. But again, West will also have a bench of great players. So, you know, anything can really happen, and we'll see that as players start to roll. Oh, and that's exactly what we've been talking about. Nikki Robinson sitting off in that back end of the third quarter there and just the third, and just driving through and picking up that ball off the centre pass then. You don't expect her to be there, and she just pops up and pulls those balls in. And North scoring just to level up the score there, 3-3, but with a North centre, so West will be wanting to get this one back. Oh, and just a late attempt at the ball then, unfortunately just ending up on the ground. Ellis Smith out of play on a beautiful hold and pass in. A possession call from the umpire potentially.
Yeah, should have been a contact, but...
Yeah, look, definitely agreed, but, you know, different positions, different angles. We've got this wonderful monitor and the opportunity to sit courtside and see things from all angles.
Oh, good touch there from Grace Middleby.
And good drive after the ball.
Able just to get Ruby Gardner caught right up the top of that transverse line.
Yeah, and that transition in then, I'd like to see that ball placed a little bit higher, because I think given the chance, Olivia Perillo will pull that in. But great recovery from a quick turnover.
Norths with just a little early break here.
Yeah, we're already seeing that second phase. They're able to hit circle edge, which is good to see, and makes it a smoother transition into the circle for them. Oh, and that one, they will not continue to get away with that sneaky bounce pass there, particularly when it's on the defender's side. Ruby Gardner coming out of play and onto that ball, and I think she'll get some of those if it continues.
Oh, Mia Angel.
Yeah, a lot of long balls there, not a lot of coming forward towards the ball and you know, punch through. Which is interesting, because you kind of expect that at this level and in the opens competition. So I hope to see that a little bit more. It is working for the moment, but it won't always, and particularly as these teams get fatigued.
And just a rare air ball there from Layla Fernley. She doesn't miss many of those.
No, very rarely does she miss. Again, it is that little bit windy, but I know how it is sometimes when a defender just gets a pinky tip to the ball and you feel like you've lost all control.
And Mia Angel early, the goalkeeper for North, coming out, creating a little bit of uncertainty for West. So that is good to see. You want to keep that intensity up. You want to keep them having to rethink all of their structures.
And that's the thing. You want to keep West on their toes and keep them constantly thinking, and hope that you can scramble and, you know, put a bit of doubt in there so that they have to switch up. And because as we heard, that they're not wanting to change much because it has been working. So.
Strong take there by Sydney.
Wow.
And that is allowed.
It is. Play was set.
Yep.
She goes to put the ball down, and Ellis Smith, knowing the rules, has picked that up and gone with it. you know, it pays to know the rules in these games and to know them well to be able to do that, because that one quick turnover has changed everything.
But North's here, able to pull a held ball.
But also Nikki Robinson as well, just coming around. You know, had it not been a held ball, I think she would have also pulled that in. So just unfortunately not delivering on that pass again. They're sitting quite deep and behind players.
A little bit scrappy early on here. It's going back and forth a little bit. We are seeing on the sideline that West are ready for a centre change, and they're going to bring Acacia Ellis on, and she's going to bring a lot of experience to this team, especially in high-pressure games.
Yeah, I think it'll also change up how the feeds go into the circle. As we said, Ella is a mid-court defender, so her specialty is picking that ball up in the mid-court, which she's managed to do, but Acacia's got a lot of experience feeding into that circle.
And if you watch Acacia, she's going to bring a lot of patience as well.
And again, West able to roll their subs then on their own centre pass and not delay, which is hard to do, so kudos to them, but they will need to be careful of that further into the game.
We have seen it throughout the regular season. Teams have been called for delaying play, so I think they need to be really, really careful when they do that, because if that continues to happen, teams will get called and it will go against them.
5-7 to North after that goal from West there. It is going to be a close one, and we can already see North are coming out that little bit on top. Their defensive pressure is quite strong, but they're just transitioning that ball a little bit smoother. And just some silly passes. North's quite lucky there to get an offside call. But just pass placement and the style of passing, you know, that's the second time they've done that no-look bounce and it's not paid off, so they might need to adjust that.
Yeah, and the West defenders around the circle are all over it. They're getting little touches in and everything like that, so I think they need to change that up. Oh, nice
pass, yeah. And good talk and communication on the court from both teams. You can hear them talking to each other, telling each other where to go, and even just the encouraging words is great. Some soft contacts, but it's good to pull this early, set the standard for the game and tidy it up a little bit. As we said, it's been a bit scrappy, so...
Absolutely, and in defence there for West is Zala Connolly, and what she's really good at, she's great with the low ball, but she's actually really good at dropping back and picking off that lob into the pocket. So Norths will need to watch that, because they tend to go long quite a lot, and people like Zala Connolly, even Ollie Perillo, they're going to pick that off.
Yeah, they're not afraid to come out for that fly ball for sure. And it's something that the North defence end already do. So you would like to hope that, you know, coming up against your own defenders at training, that North will be able to adapt to that.
Absolutely. Bodies flying already, as we said.
Again, nothing in it. Both just trying to go for the ball and give it everything they've got. It's not malicious. It's just netball, and it's happening, and we're going to see that all day.
Oh, absolutely. Everything's desire for that ball. You're able to distinguish what's malicious and what's not, and you know it's the grand final. The goal is to win. We have seen Sam Keogh coming into the wing defence position for West, creating a bit of change, and she's been strong for them for a long time.
She's defensively very strong, particularly on the body, and I think that's what you need in a wing defence. Nothing better than a pesky wing defence who gets on the body and disrupts the flow, just shuts down that wing attack's ability to get the ball, because that can make or break a game.
Absolutely, and she brings a little leadership into it as well. Bit of an older head. She brings a lot of calmness and composure.
And North just getting a quick turnover there.
Yeah, it looks like a contact call against the goal attack for West. Big
Again,
long ball, that's lucky.
That's that other long big ball, and it's not going to work. We've just seen it. So they really need to tighten that up. They need to start punching forward towards the ball. get circle edge if you want to put those big ones in, because they're just not paying off at the moment. As we've seen, West has come back up. They've got a margin of 1 between them, and I expect that West will score here. Oh, unfortunately not. Ball's gone out. North throw in.
Couple of rare misses early on from Layla Fernley. Oh, big hit there. Going for the ball, but Grace Middleby's tough. She's back up again. And
yeah, and as you can see, not malicious. Sam Keogh trying to help her up, like, oh, sorry, you know, momentum, you know, I've ended up where I have. Great hands over.
Oop, someone's down.
And a great rebound. Olivia Perillo just getting caught on the ankles of Sydney there.
Unfortunately, Fiona Morn is standing in my way, and she's very tall.
I believe that's why they used to call her Stretch back in the day.
So I am unable to see that half of the court.
Some great defensive pressure. Oh,
Nikki Robson.
She is going to change this game for North. Nikki Robinson has been fantastic already, and I know how hard it has been to play up against her this season. As a holding shooter, she is just everywhere I don't want her to be.
Absolutely. She's just out there. She's in your face. She's just a true competitor. Oh, Ruby Gardner, nice big fly out there. And that's those long balls. They want you to throw them because that's what they're planning to do.
Yeah, West are really good at setting up that pressure in the mid-court, or even setting up that zone defence or that box defence, and forcing you to push those really long balls because they're quick enough and they're agile enough to get out for that fly. Oh,
just a forced ball.
A forced ball, but also some good defence from North. They did hang, they got tight, but hung off a little bit to give that, you know, that concept that, you know, she's free and then flying through for that little tip.
I would like to see a bit of a change in that wing attack position for West. I'd like to see Mia Marshall come in and just create that little bit of composure. She's very patient when she's feeding the ball. She's got that goal attack background. So it would be good to see her come in and maybe add a little bit of a change up there.
Yeah, I agree. That's the end of the first quarter here, and I felt like it just flew by. You're right, Mia Marshall would be a great addition into that wing attack position. I personally love her there. She's patient, she's got these good drives, but you're right, with her goal attack experience, she knows exactly where to put that ball. It is very tightly contested so far. There's not much in it here today between West and North. North are just sitting that little bit ahead, and I think if they keep working hard, they're going to continue to sit there. West are going to have to figure out how they adjust to this.
Absolutely, but you know, there's still a long time to go, and you can't discredit anyone just yet. I think West will take it to them. I think their intensity is going to lift, and North are really going to have to hold and step up if they want to maintain their lead. Both teams really engrossed in their quarter time huddles here. Good to see a lot of them actually really talking between each other, so that the players are taking a lot of control and providing a lot of feedback because they're all watching.
Yeah, also talking a bit in their units as well, their attacking, defensive and mid units to figure out what they can do better and what they're doing well, and keep meeting those expectations and exceeding them.
Absolutely. We have seen a change here for North with Ellie Stacey coming in into wing attack. She's going to provide hopefully a lot more patience. She's going to hit circle edge rather than throw the long balls. She's got great pass placement. She's got great vision down the court. So it'll be really exciting to see her. She's now got Sam Keogh as a defender on her, so it's going to be a tough contest between them.
Definitely. But she's given Sam a run for her money
Mia
there.
Angel.
Oh. But even just the defensive pressure from North End, so Mia could come out for that fly. That incredible netball. She took it with so much strength in that air.
Absolutely. Often we only see the one thing that happens, the one big thing, but we don't see the work ahead of time, and all of those North players really stepped up there.
We've seen that low bounce in to the shooter there for North a couple of times now with both defenders sitting on her, and I was wondering how long it would take before West picked that up, and they did. North's able to turn it back over, but I think we need to see Sydney have some confidence to put that ball up or use her circle and reset.
Yeah, what was good to see is Ellie Stacey hit circle edge. She looked in. She didn't force it. She went back to the circle. She came off the circle edge to create more space, and that actually provided better opportunities for the shooters.
Absolutely. Again, lots of contests. That low bounce pass.
And then that little force, it's just not there.
No, I'd like to... I think to open up that space, they might have to do a fake into the shooter and then reset the pass out onto the circle edge again and see if we can open up that triangle.
God, hear those North supporters. They're really rallying behind this team.
Oh,
big drop there.
A great read, unfortunately, just not the right timing. Unfortunately, causing that contact. And an easy pass straight in there.
God, these girls are strong.
They are. It's important not to give those shooters from West too much space. We know that that's how Norths like to defend, but, you know, they will just have too much space.
Nikki Robson not very happy with that call there.
No, you know, they both read it. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out, but it was good defensive pressure. You can see they're near the body, but they're not on the body, and they're floating and they're ready to move. One will come off, one will stay, and see how they keep rotating. Who's going to drive out and pick up that goal attack, and who's going to stay in on Layla Fernley there.
Yeah, and I think that's important, especially with these shooters, because the West shooters, especially the goal shooter, she's very much a holding shooter. Then you look at Lachelle, who is definitely cutting through that front, but very much does stick behind or only pops out when necessary. So with the North's defenders actually continuing to change it up, it just creates so much uncertainty, and that's what they need to keep doing.
Yeah, make that job difficult for the feeders. Put doubt in their mind to feed that ball in.
Nice shot there.
Great setup, beautiful feed in. And North still sitting that bit ahead. They've been really strong, and to be honest, they deserve to be in front that little bit now. But if they keep making those forced passes into the circle, I don't know that this lead will last very long.
Yeah, and I think that pass that we just saw from Ellie Stacey, she's up at the transverse line. 2 or 3 more passes and you get your goal. You know, it's about composure, and it's about doing all the little things right. And
sorry to cut you off, Lexi. That was a beautiful play. Ellie Stacey coming off the circle edge to allow her centre to drive through and take her spot and open that space up to feed straight into the shooter. It didn't quite pay off, but the vision was there.
No. And having coached Ellie before, she's someone that, okay, she threw that pass before, but she's already clocked, shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
And already she knows to come on and off circle edge and create more space. So she's really adaptable, and it's really easy for her to pick up on all the little things that she needs to be doing right.
Unlucky. It was a good touch there. I didn't actually quite think the ball was in the right space for the Norths team to transition that. So
it must be really hard for these players to actually hear the umpires, because it's very loud down on that sideline.
Yeah, the spectators have absolutely brought us the best cheer squad today. We can hear them loud and proud, which is awesome to hear, but it would be so difficult to hear our umpires and the decisions they're making. I know a couple of times I've gone, I've heard a whistle, but I can't hear a voice.
Ruby Gardner, good work.
She come out and she had beautiful timing. She just got up and hands onto that ball then, and able to turn it over for her West team. Contact goal defence a little bit further up. We don't want to give that ball to West too close to that goal third, because they will transition it easy. Do need to keep them off that circle edge. Beautiful touch. Unlucky with the offensive contact call. I just thought that was good contest, to be honest.
Yeah, as we watch, if you do watch Layla Fernley, though, she does tend to actually give them away quite a lot.
Yeah.
So she, and I'm sure West know that, and that's something that she needs to really work on in her discipline there.
And West, great job at you getting those tips to the ball, but unfortunately not able to pull it in. North's shooting just a little bit rocky today. Hopefully they're able to get some more consistency in their shot, because they're getting the ball into that circle, they're just not quite getting it into the hoop. Again, another forced ball. Good patience, though, not to just force that into the shooter.
Good work, Jess Mossman.
And I think that's that great space that Sydney created by that baseline drive, pulling that front defender off to allow that feed straight into the front hold. Seeing lots of little contact calls out here in that middle of the goal third, giving those feeders that freedom to just hit circle edge. Oh, Sam Keogh, so close there. And Olivia Perillo coming around and getting a touch there. I thought she did a fantastic job to get her feet around the body and get a tip.
All of the West defenders are really good in that low aspect of the game, so I think Norths really need to change it up. As we've been saying, they've been throwing those little balls. It's not working.
Yeah, it's not a particularly tall defence, but they're not short either. They're all pretty reasonable height, but similar height, and it's good to see, because we see with height there's a real aerial game played, but they're able to get down to those low balls. And although I would never feed a ball unless I was on the circle edge, that was a fantastic needle straight through the middle there.
Yeah, that was Ella Smith. And we have seen a change with Mia Marshall coming into goal attack. So what you will find with Mia Marshall is she really works as a second wing attack. She will look for the easy passes off to Layla, but she's going to do so much work in the front part of the court to actually get the ball to her.
She's definitely going to be opening up that space for Layla and act as that third feeder, but she's also not afraid to cut front and take the shot herself as well. So if that stops working and Norths pick up on that, she will deliver. And just another tip there. Quick and easy one straight into the front position there. Again, those shots just aren't sinking yet for Norths.
No.
They have managed to still maintain their lead. As we said, they're getting ball into the circle.
Oh, nice pick up there from Jess Mossman.
Beautiful pick up. She read that and just went for it. Again, I think that's West not coming forward for the ball, which isn't usual for them. They are so strong in punching through, so they really need to tidy that up.
Yeah. Norths, they're just not taking some patience and looking for the right option in, letting it fly, and unfortunately just going over the sideline. Oh, good pick up there. That was great defence there by Zanny Reinberger.
Yeah, just staying close to her player on that transverse, knowing that they're going to go back for that reset and getting down low and picking up those loose ones. Oh, and a bit of a miscommunication about what was happening there. And North, and you can see that's a beautiful setup for the hole to transition that ball that little bit closer to the post.
North's up by 6 going into this last 5 minutes of the second quarter.
Yeah, look, we definitely haven't seen West teams with a margin this big previously, where the opposition is up. Usually they're the ones that are a few up, but this North team is quite strong, and they have contested well all season. As we said, they won their first game against West by 2, and the second game they drew, so it really is anyone's game today.
Norths were also the minor premiers going in, so they did finish the regular season in first place.
Yeah, unusual for our two West teams, 23s and Opens, having to fight their way into the grand final. West we saw make the grand final after their first round of semis, so
Oh, nice shot there.
Great shot. And there's that punch through that we're used to. They are sticking to that sideline a little bit.
Oh, Nikki Robson, good touch.
And it's interesting, Nikki Robson, obviously we've said she's got quite a lot of experience. Mia Marshall, also some experience. She's, you know, a rep player and has been playing for West for quite some time, and she's made that transition up to the Opens team, and she's a good player, but very different style to Nikki Robson as well, so it'll be interesting to see how they come up against each other.
What is exciting to see is some of the West players and a lot of these North players are actually Maitland representative players. So a lot of them really actually play together during a rep season and know how each other are going to play, so it makes it tightly contested.
Yeah, they're used to playing not just against each other but with each other, so it's definitely going to be frenemies today. Friends on and off the court, but also enemies on the court. And not a lot opening up there for North. I think, unfortunately, their goal shooter just setting up in the line of sight, meaning that Sydney couldn't get that ball over to the feeders.
Nice shot,
but also not
Sydney
presenting
there.
a bit of an option there. (18-12). North still up by 6 with about 2 minutes left in this half. So it's going to be very interesting. That would give them the confidence that they would want going into that second half. But we know how hungry West are for a 3-team win, and they're going to strive for that today. So we're going to see them come out fighting.
Oh yeah, look, they'll be fighting until the very end. And it's still anyone's game.
Absolutely. We've still got a whole half of netball left, and as you said, anything can happen in that time. And neither team have really brought on the full extent of their bench, so
it is good, actually, this early on. West have actually rolled everyone on to some degree. So
Yeah.
everyone from the West Opens team has hit the court.
yeah, we've seen Sam Keogh move into the goal defence position from wing defence. So it'll be a definite change-up for those shooters in the circle and how their style of playing. We're seeing that physicality that we haven't seen earlier today in the 23s, and that next level of netball.
Oh, Nikki Robson just a little bit late there.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Layla Fernley, though, very strong.
Interesting decision there to pass that out. Layla Fernley just standing that little bit further out than where Mia was, and choosing to offload rather than shoot. We want to see her still have that confidence to pick it up.
Oh, Nikki Robson. I mean, you go for him, but then you also think, I could have left it too.
Yeah, unlucky. I definitely thought she managed to keep that one in, but oh, beautiful feed. We're not used to Layla Fernley missing, but today she has unfortunately not sunk a few, but also just got a couple of rim touches with the ball, and they haven't quite gotten up and over.
Oh, nice pass.
Beautiful pass.
Jess Mossman, that centre position for North, she's been really good.
She has. Her feeds have been great. I think as well, Grace Constable is just holding wonderfully in that circle. She's really setting up front, and Sydney is just continuing to sweep and create that space for that front feed to go straight into the space. Great touch again there from the North defenders. Just tipping it out of the sideline, the baseline there, sorry. So
oh, nice
great
little
pressure
turnover there for North. And with 10 seconds to go now in this second quarter, that's a big shift.
That is a huge shift. We're seeing North 6
nice
goals
and
up
strong.
currently with 1 second left.
Oh, unlucky.
And unfortunately no goal. Would have taken my time with that one being a penalty, but great effort.
It would be so hard to hear down there and to know that you definitely had the time with the penalty.
Yeah, and I think we're not used to having a clock visible to us in the regular season, so not knowing how much time you have left is hard. So you're relying on the voices of your coaches and things like that to let you know whether you need to take that shot or not.
We have hit half-time here in the Opens 2025 Tri-Series Grand Final with Norths out in front by 6.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game because West are so hungry for this win. I can see that they are going to come out in this next half really fighting for that win. You know, but still, their heads aren't down. They aren't giving up. They're still getting out there and contesting everything they can. And I think they're going to use this time to reset and go out there again.
Absolutely. And you know, you've got so much composure and experience with Fiona Morn and Tracy Baggs and Jules Fox still standing there rallying that team together. So we've still got 30 minutes. There's still so much time, so much netball to be done. And you just never know what can happen in 30 minutes.
Looks like there might be some changes from the North team as well. Some of their bench players coming on as well, just to change up, give some fresh legs, but also show that they've also got depth in their bench. We've seen almost every player from West come onto the court, so it'll be good to see some of the North players come on as well.
I'd love to see Renee Smith get out there in that goalkeeper position. I know Mia Angel is doing a massive job, and she's doing really well, but Renee Smith is really strong as well.
She is an incredible player. Her ability to get around the ball and push you into positions that you don't want to be in is an asset that I wish I had for sure. And I think particularly with Layla being a holding shooter, I think she could really disrupt the flow of that shooting circle.
And we have seen all of the players react to the central timing.
They're keen to get back out on court. They want to keep going, but we still have a few more minutes left in this halftime break before we head back out on court.
At least it was both teams.
Yes, that is true. At least they're both equally confused. We have managed to end up sometimes on the central timing system a little bit today, so yes, it will definitely be hard for them to know which one's the right timer. Couple of quick changes. It looks like Abby Morgan's come on into the wing defence position here for North. West seem to have kept Mia Marshall in that goal attack position, but otherwise mostly maintained their centre lineup, their starting lineup. Couple of options coming forward to the ball, but still just trying to force that long one there, North. And a little bit slow on the delivery for that one, and I think, you know, Olivia Perillo's got some speed and agility on her and will eventually come around and pick those balls up.
North's able to convert their centre pass there, so now we see West. We want to see what intensity they can bring to this second half. Already they're being held up. It is actually really good to see Norths. They're trying to change it up a little bit. They are sitting on the body a little bit more to try and, I guess, mirror what West can do in terms of defence. And another air ball there from Layla Fernley.
But I also think it's something that's a little bit unpredictable from them. We know their style of defence is different, and so you set up to play a certain way against that kind of defence. So changing that up throws a bit of a spanner in the works because you're like, what are they going to do next? How am I going to adapt? Oh, beautiful circle edge take. Yeah.
Oh, unlucky.
Definitely a little bit offside then, and I think followed up by not quite a step, but if we'd pick that ball back up, for sure a replay. So, beautiful
unlucky Ellie
attempt there.
Stacey. And just late there, it was from Jess Mosman.
But we can see both teams are still fighting to try and get out in front and pull these turnovers. There is about 7 in it. Norths are up at the moment. It's definitely not what I predicted for this game so far. I thought it would be much closer. I think I still expected North to start out in front, but I thought the score margin would not be this high.
Yeah, West just used their circle there really well. Created that triangle. Easy pass into Layla Fernley.
Yeah,
and that's Mia Marshall. That's creating that space in front there.
Absolutely. And I think that's something that Norths need to probably work on a little bit more. Again, both defenders sitting back on goal shooter Grace Constable there. So Sydney having to do a little bit of that extra work.
Oh, great rebound.
And West Centre.
Oh, great defence.
Great defence. Abby Morgan coming up to try and defend that centre pass, leaving what looked like the wing attack free, but then, you know, centre in Jess Mossman, they're dropping back to pick her up. So just that little bit of a change-up has just forced them to think, oh, player's free, let's go the long bomb, and it hasn't worked. So great work from the defenders there for North, and they've been able to transition that ball down now.
And it's something we don't see from West a lot, not punching forward and really having two options to the ball.
Yeah, it's something that they are pretty strong at collectively across all
Sydney
three teams.
Slade, great pickup. That should be a contact there. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, I think unfortunately just her second or third attempt at the ball, then she just wasn't quite in the right spot. Zali Connolly just getting that kind of almost a front hold on her and just being able to push that ball out of court.
Yeah, Zali Connolly, great in defence, but also has a lot of mid-court experience as well. So they have so much depth, they could put 3 or 4 different people into the centre or wing defence position.
Definitely. Mia Marshall with a great shot there. It's nice to see her shoot that little bit wider. I think we've seen from the North shooters they are a bit stronger when they are closer to the post. And same even with Layla Fernley from West. She tends to be stronger when she's closer to the post with her shooting. So nice to see a long bomb going.
And if you do hear a big crash, that would be the gazebo over the top of us.
Yes, the wind has picked up here, and I can't imagine that the shooters are having a great time adjusting to that. But so far we haven't seen any wayward balls go up. Great communication and defence. A good touch from Nikki Johnson.
Oh, Mia Angel
coming through.
And great backup there.
Again, that's just some of the contests we're talking about. I know it's contact, but, you know, 2 players just running into the same space to try and get a ball. They both end up on the ground. Nothing in it. It's just netball.
It's just high stakes.
It is, exactly. And you know, nothing wrong with it. It wasn't... Yeah, a little bit of a replay there. I don't think they quite had their... I don't think Sydney had her footing quite right there. She's determined to try and get it back. She's gone out hungry, unfortunately just getting pulled for a contact.
Bit of a momentum shift here in West's favour. They've come back a little bit. They're now only 5 down. It was 7. Mia Angel again, just picking that ball up. We really want to see North start to capitalise. Now is when the composure needs to start and it needs to maintain.
North's still sitting on that far side a little bit, you know, not really squaring up to the ball. Oh, unfortunately Ruby Gardner just a knock to the head then in her attempt for the ball. I think North have managed to come away with that one, but it was a tough one to read for sure. Great rebound. And again.
Possession.
That is what we want to see when our shooters do have those misses, that they are able to get up and get those rebounds, you know, and keep the ball in possession of their team. They are sitting a little bit more in that middle of the court now, but again, someone has to hit that circle edge.
Still with those middle of the court
bounce passes. They're so easy to pick off. They're slow. They're slower than your average pass, and you know, if they're not done correctly, they can be quite detrimental to a team. And we know West have good footwork and are able to come around and pick those off. So I'd be stopping throwing those immediately.
Yeah.
And great shot from Mia Marshall. And it's a West centre as well. West are starting to get that momentum back a little bit, and that'll be giving them a bit of confidence as well to keep pushing. Nikki Robinson out of play, so we're just seeing Mia Angel 2-on-1 in there, but unfortunately just couldn't get it.
This second phase, they really need someone punching forward.
They do. They're really struggling with that second phase. Earlier in the game, they were able to hit circle edge in that second phase, and now they're really struggling to even get the ball towards circle edge. So that really needs to change up in this game. And again, it's affecting their feeds. We've seen that their shooters are setting up really nicely, and it's just not working out for them with those feeding.
Yeah, the attackers
options.
are just getting stuck in the pocket, and there's nowhere for them to go. Oh, Nikki Robson, good pickup.
I think West have been a bit static in turnovers. They seem to be waiting for some sort of call from the umpire, and things don't always go our way in terms of umpiring, but the umpires are being really consistent, and North's are continuing to turn these balls over, so they really need to adjust to that.
Oh, unlucky Ruby Gardner. That looked clean.
It did. Feel for her on that one because it was a good effort from her. Not a lot of options there from Mia Angel. She has just read that again. I think, again, Ella Smith trying to run deep and nobody else coming forward towards the ball. She was able to just read that and pick that off in the pocket.
Yeah, there was no real change of angle or change of direction there from... Oh, good pickup from Ella Smith there. Mia Angel and Nikki Robson have been great for North, and even in the previous game, it was the defenders that really lifted the game.
Yeah, we've seen some really strong defence out here on court today, both in the 23s and the opens, and they seem to be the ones flicking those balls over to, help their teams win. Oh, the setup was nice. It just didn't quite get where it needed to. Heads were down, and we've put the ball in, and Olivia Perillo was able to pick off that pass. Again, no circle edge from... Oh, and a good touch from Abby Morgan there. Unable to pull it in, unfortunately, but...
Oh, great take from Layla Fernley.
Yeah, good read from Mia Angel as well. Just not quite able to get in the right position to pick that ball up. Score is only 5 the difference. West in possession on their centre pass. North's currently 5 ahead, and they had a blinder of a second quarter that really pulled them out in front, but I think West will be fighting.
Oh, Acacia Ellis, great pickup.
North's just that little bit too predictable on that centre pass, and she just flew out and pulled that one in.
We've just had the score fixed up here. Just a little bit of technical difficulties there. Now the scoreboard showing the correct score.
Yeah, with the excitement of the game, I think I might have pressed the wrong button on that one, but no, it's still 6 the difference. West have just turned the ball over. North's just unable to get that ball in the right spot for their shooter there. Good defensive pressure from North then. Unfortunately, an obstruction from the shooter, but, they're tight on. They're not presenting the West feeders with a lot of options to get that ball down the court. We've just seen a cross-court ball.
Oh, Jess Mossman.
Incredible.
She's been everywhere.
She has been. She's coming through and picking those balls off and intercepting, but also just delivering beautiful passes. And so cool, calm and collected after each intercept that she's able to back up and hit circle edge and find the right option to deliver that ball down the court. Beautiful arms
nice
from
shot.
Ruby Gardner. Great shot from Sydney.
North's holding a good lead here.
Yeah, 7 the difference. They went into the second half with that 7-goal difference, and although they've definitely been some changes in the score, they have managed to kind of maintain that.
Oh, 2 Falcons.
Definitely had one of those in my day. Oh, great pass there from Mia Marshall. Layla Fernley just not comfortable to pop that ball up.
Yeah, she's had a couple of rare misses, so she's really wanting to be nice and close.
Again, we just need that second phase tidied up for North to really get that ball into the circle easier for them. We've seen defensively they're picking up ball, and we've seen that they're now able to maintain their lead, but they're not advancing on it, and I think that's because their second phase is lacking.
Oh, great rebound. Another centre pass change on their actual attacking centre from West. They're very lucky on timing.
Yeah, they're timing it just right somehow.
Oh, Mia Angel, unlucky.
She is just in the right position at the right time today. She is doing an amazing job at picking up some of those balls. I'm not able to pull it in. It just went over the sideline, but to even get hands to that is incredible. Oh, and again, another close attempt from her. Oh, and good footwork there from Nikki.
Oh, a bit of a lift.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen one of those at this level.
Oh, unlucky Mia Angel. Mia Angel, Nikki Robson, Jess Mosman, they have been brilliant for Norths today so far.
They have really changed this game. Their defensive pressure has been next level. And a great shot from Layla Fernley. I think she realised she had to put that ball up that little bit further out than she wanted to.
Yeah.
And hopefully that gives her confidence back.
Oh, Ellie Stacey. She knows. Oh, unlucky. Oh, and there's a contact.
The vision, I believe.
Oh, it's gone against them.
Yes, it's gone against them, unfortunately. And that brings us to the end of the third quarter as well. Look, North are doing a phenomenal job. They are keeping their lead maintained. It's been some good netball. And I think West, they're still giving it everything they have. They just aren't punching through the same way that they usually do, and that's just not doing them any favours to get the ball down the court.
No, they're going into this last quarter down by 6, and it's a position that they have never really found themselves in. They're usually the ones in front, so mentally I think that that's going to be a battle for them because they're not going to know how to come back, but I still think that they can because they have the support and the culture around them. So it will be interesting. It's only 3 turnovers.
Exactly, 3 turnovers and 3 of their own centres converted, and they've got this. And that's absolutely achievable for that team. They are, as you said, they are strong, but they aren't used to being in this position of being down going into the last quarter or any quarter, really. So it is going to be interesting to see how they come back from this. But you're right, they have the club support and the team support around them to push them through. North don't seem to be comfortable with this margin.
I wouldn't be, though. Against a team like West, 6, it's, as I said, it's 3 turnovers. So, honestly, unless it's 2 minutes to go and you're up by 6, I wouldn't be comfortable at all going into this last quarter. There's still so many things that they could be doing better.
Yeah, it's a smart move for them to not be comfortable because that's what we see. Teams get comfortable and they don't deliver the same way they have been, and that's what potentially, loses them games. And as we've seen, they still haven't brought some of their bench players on, so there is still so much depth in their bench. West with the first centre.
Great little 1-2 there.
Yeah, no real attempts for that. And Nikki with the rebound. rough call for a contact there. I think, again, it's just contest.
Oh, the little passes.
We need to be able to see that occur.
Oh, Sydney Slade. Nice shot. And, you know, West really needed that straight away. They needed that push straight away. Now it just allows Norths to go on a little bit more of a run again and assert momentum when it really needs to be going in West's favour.
Yeah, look, we're up to that 7. An easy turnover there from Sam Keogh. Hopefully this will give them some confidence, but they really need to tidy up their passes and start punching through. I'd like to see them change it up as well. They keep trying to cut through that middle space of the court, maybe hit wide and then bounce back in.
Yeah, they're looking for the down the lines, and obviously they're there. She is the post. Okay. But at the end of the day, you know, you need to change it up. You need to change direction and create something different, even change your pace.
Yeah. Ooh. And I think even just changing it up and hitting that sideline to then come back in, they're not used to doing that. And that will even throw off the defenders. Abby Morgan getting a tip there, unfortunately just causing a bit of a contact. But again, just that momentum would even shake West that little bit. And again,
West's really lucky with that last goal, because when Layla Fernley was actually going out of the court, she was actually using the pole.
Yeah, definitely I would have expected her to be called for using the post. And you can hear the West sideline, you know, they're quite proud and they're encouraging their team scoring those goals, and I think that encouragement will continue to boost their confidence and give them what they need to potentially come back from this.
Absolutely, they are chipping away.
And
still at 6.
Beautiful shot from Sydney Slade there. Oh, great tip. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. I think a contact there, but good backup from the North team to get hands onto that. Oh, beautiful work there. And the feeders are just doubting where to put that ball. We're seeing those defenders just continuously moving and changing up their footwork. They're confusing that space.
Tough luck. I thought she did really well to get around the body there. And again.
Good effort. As you said, the feeders just aren't sure where to put that ball, and we saw it go back out a couple of times there because the space is just being confused by the great footwork of those defenders, Mia Angel and Nikki Robson.
I'll give that. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I think that was actually... I think she waited too long to give that. She was there the first time.
Yeah.
I think she was looking for that glory pass and it wasn't on.
Just give the simple ball. As long as it's effective, it's all you need. It doesn't matter if it was the easiest option, as long as it was the right one.
Exactly. And, you know your shooters and what their comfortable shooting range is. You know that they're going to want to pass that back out. So it really, all it does is reset your 3 seconds and give you the opportunity to set up again and help deliver that ball post.
Big win here for Mia Angel.
6 the difference.
Oh, Ellie Stacey kept that into that middle third.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't think she was going to, so she's done really well to do that.
Oh, offside there by West, but advantage play.
And a great setup. Oh, just a bit short on that shot.
Good pick up there by Ollie Perillo. Oh, Nikki Robson.
Just chasing after every loose ball. They're so ball hungry and it's working in their favour because those little balls that West would usually pick up, North are just chasing down and getting.
But again, it's the same line that they're running to go down the court. They're not changing it up too much. They're pulling forward and then dropping. And Norths are just picking it up so easily.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to their spatial style of play as well. They're in the position to be able to drive onto them and pick them up. Oh, unfortunately, West just tipping it into their own team members and hitting it out. Some good contest, a little offside there.
Oh, good pick up, Ruby Gardner.
Yeah, great touch. Again, nobody coming forward there from West, and they're just sitting in that same line. It was a better passage of play, but still they're just running that same line. Great work, Layla Finley. Beautiful shot there. Just over 8.5 minutes left in this game. As you can see, it's 6 the difference. Norths have been ahead this entire game and they've been able to maintain it. Wests are hungry and they did come out and get a couple of turnovers here. Oh, beautiful pass, Mia Marshall. Great vision into the circle and a wonderful hold from Layla Fernley there.
They have got it back to 5, which they've had it at for quite a while, but they're just unable to crack just that little bit more.
Yeah, and I think once they crack down to 4, the game's anyone's, and I think they'll keep pushing, but they just can't quite get there yet.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game. There's not a huge margin in it. And again, that's low bounce that we've been seeing that's just not paying off, and I think they adjusted for that a little bit, but they've gone back to it.
Yeah, it's annoying me now.
Yeah, look, it's just not working. No. It's not clean. It's hitting the wrong spots. We want to see a change up in that pass.
Oh, good take,
beautiful
Layla.
Feed.
Oh, tough luck there.
No real options in that circle then. Finally got it into that spot where Layla's comfortable to shoot from, but it just bounces out.
Oh, good pick up there by Acacia Ellers. She's very defensive and strong on that centre circle.
Absolutely.
Sorry, on that goal circle.
And they're able to just convert that one towards the end there. We can start to see some of those West Championship girls coming over to cheer on their Opens team and hopefully boost their morale and get them to start converting this game to a win.
Yep, 6.5 minutes to go. Still able to get those little turnovers, but, you know, if Norths are keeping control of the game, and taking the time when they're transitioning, it's not leaving West with a lot of time to actually make it up now.
No, definitely not. However, we've just seen Grace Constable have a couple of misses, so I don't know if that's fatigue or the pressure from West, but if they keep missing like that, West might get this turnover. Unlucky Ruby Gardner, great effort.
Norths have been lucky actually to continue to get opportunities. The umpiring's been quite, you know, the 50-50 calls have gone their way.
Yeah, definitely. Like some of those more things that I would probably leave as contest have been picked up, and it is happening on both sides. But Norths, unfortunately, are getting the advantage from that.
Yeah. And with all of those little things, I mean, they've just taken up a minute of West time.
Yeah, exactly, and that's time that West needs.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's interesting that the players even knew to stop then, because you cannot hear a thing here. There is so much enthusiasm and cheering for these teams. Just under 5. It is creeping back up. It is anybody's game at this point. There isn't much in it. Only 5 the difference. Unable to hit circle edge. That zone defence is really keeping those North players off.
I think Norths are doing really well to try and soak up a bit of time too.
I think so as well. I think they know that they have the lead at the moment. They just need to be careful that they aren't giving West more opportunity to intercept. Oh, great pass.
They seem to be playing pretty safe at the moment. Oh, big hit there. And she's up.
Yeah, I know what it's like. Unfortunately, you know, not much in it. You just hit someone who's rock solid and, you know, Abby Morgan's definitely a strong egg. You know, she's got a rugby background as well, so, and a league background, so she's definitely a brick wall at times.
As we said earlier, like the strength of these girls, these young girls, is just incredible. Not only physically, but mentally as well.
Yeah, agreed. It takes a lot to come out here in these conditions and, you know, and work hard and keep that mentality positive and focus. So, oh, beautiful shot.
We'll mention that West score should be at 30. Still having some technical difficulties with the scoreboard, but North still ahead by 6, 36 to 30.
And they've just turned it over as well. Oh, a rushed pass. Olivia Perillo just coming down and getting some hands to that. They've got the opportunity here with a throw-in, but...
Under 3 minutes left in this Opens Division Grand Final.
Great vision.
Oh, and it's creeped in, so now North's up by 7 with their centre pass.
Look, I don't want to call it this early because West are a really strong team, but 7 ahead, 2.5 minutes left. I think this one might be to North's.
And you know, like, as much as it's incredible what West have been able to do 2 years in a row, have all 3 teams in, it's also really good to see some fresh blood in there and having some sort of winning mentality as well.
Oh, great touch from Abby Morgan again.
That's what makes a good competition. You want everyone to be at the same level.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so nice to see North come out here and be able to deliver today and you know, show that they're just as capable. Oh, great
2 minutes
there.
left.
Oh, good footwork there from Nikki Robson. Oh, touch Mia Angel.
It's been a tale of goalkeepers today.
It absolutely has. She has been on fire.
West now down by 6, their centre pass. 1.5 minutes to go in this grand final. Norths are getting ready. I know there's 1.5 minutes left. They're up by 6. Potentially only 5 now. It is their centre to go forward. But they're looking pretty excited. All right, North centre. And we've got 1 minute left of play here.
And they're being patient. They're moving it around. They know that they're ahead. They're just going to keep working it.
Absolutely. Why not? 45 seconds left.
Yeah, they're comfortable. Oh, great take.
Wow. North should be so... Oh, unlucky. Wrong court.
They should be so proud. They've done a fantastic job.
Oh, Ellie Stacey.
Great turnover. Oh, and Sydney's going to take that shot. She knows that there's not much time left and she's just enjoying it and having fun.
Why not? There should be only about 10 seconds left in this game now.
And North have come away with the win. What an exciting game of netball. You know, West definitely the pick of the bunch for this one. They have been so strong and so competitive this season, but also the last couple of seasons. And
because of their strength and their club strength, they would expect to potentially win this game, and I'm incredibly excited that it has gone to North, and they can show that, you know, the other teams in this competition are absolutely capable too, but definitely upsetting for West Opens.
Absolutely, but you know, as we spoke about, going into that last quarter, West found themselves in a position that they haven't before, and this is now a massive learning curve for them, and I can only expect that they're going to come back next year with so much more fire and really wanting to take it out again. But congratulations to North, that's incredible. They were the pinnacle all year. They were wonderful during the final series. They had to take the longer way there, but they've come out on top, and they should be so proud of themselves. And the whole club should be proud of those girls out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible game of netball to watch, and it's still really well contested and quite close. I think even going into that last quarter, we still were not sure halfway through who might take out the win on that game, but Norths were consistent and managed to maintain their lead for that entire game and play good netball and come away with that win.
Well, it's been a jam-packed 2 games so far. We've got one more game to go. Our championship division will be West Balance 1 versus Nova. We'll be getting underway with the presentations very soon for our Opens division.
And this would be hard as well for the West Championship team going into their grand final now. They've just stood and they've watched their Opens team absolutely fight to the last second and unfortunately not be able to come away with a win, and they're now having to go in and up against North, who are also Nova, who are quite strong and try and come away with the win there. Our North spectators there on the sidelines looking very excited, and they've got their awesome shirts that they've done up, and it's great to see that sea of blue out there.
Absolutely, they were out in full force today.
We're just settling in to get ready for our Opens presentation before we switch over to our championship game. North are really enjoying this experience. They look like they've had the best time playing and are so happy and proud of themselves, and so they should be. It's been awesome to see them come away with the win.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know it'd be tough over there on that West bench right now, but as I said, I'm sure they will all come back firing next year, and you know, unfortunately you can't win them all, can you?
No, you can't. And they have absolutely fought for this one, and they played some really good netball.
Absolutely, and there's still smiles on that bench, so...
Absolutely.
Not only that, sorry to interrupt you, not only that, they're all friends with all of these girls, so they're actually happy for each other regardless, as much as it's tough.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Lindsay. All right, we are about to get started with our presentation for this Opens game. We've got a couple of members of Netball New South Wales here today helping to hand out these awards, which is great to see. And I hope they get to see the talent that Newcastle can produce and
Okay, we're going to head to the presentation now, and I think then we'll be taking a quick break before we head into our last game.
The umpires. Good to go. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start the presentation for the Opens Grand Final of the Newcastle Netball Association Tri-Series. Thank you for joining us today. What a fantastic game. Congratulations to both teams. That was awesome. We would like to thank our major sponsor, Greater Bank, for their continued support of this event. We are excited to have Adele Saunders here, OAM, to present the awards to our umpires and our Open Grand Final teams. Welcome, Del. We would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking our umpires for officiating today in today's Grand Final Opens. And please come forward. So we have Ella Taylor, Ellie Taylor, and Emily Milton. Get a photo. We'll begin our presentation. So let's acknowledge our runners-up, West Balance 2. You did play exceptional netball today and all season, so congratulations, girls. Up you come.
Oh, I gave mine to Mum as well. Have you got more? Oh, darn.
Coaches, come up too, please. Yeah. Sam, would you like to come and say a few words?
Hi everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Norths. It was a cracking grand final. Obviously not the outcome we wanted, but your defence was insane. You guys went for every single ball and I feel like you truly deserved it. Like you were everywhere. Connections. I can't rate you guys enough. Congrats. Go Maitland. And then to West, Fee, Jules, Trace. The club culture you breed is like no other. Even though we got second, I'd still say West is best. We love you guys. Thank you for letting us be a part of your club. Thanks.
Before we move on to Norths, it is my pleasure to announce that the recipient of the Greater Bank Most Valuable Player of the Grand Final is Mia Angel. Congratulations, Mia. Well played. Popular choice. Now to congratulate our 2026 champions for the Tri-Series Open Grade Norths. What a fantastic display of netball today, girls. You really brought it to West. Please give them a big round of applause, everyone.
sunscreen on the back of your neck. Sunscreen.
Can we get the captains of Norths to come forward and receive the Tri-Series Cup and come and say a few words, please?
Firstly, I want to say thanks to Wes. It was a great game and we knew it was going to be tough. Secondly, to our awesome supporters, we couldn't have done it without you. To Norths and a great club, thank you for having us. And to the girls, we did it. Let's party.
Congratulations, North, and thank you, Del, for presenting the awards this afternoon. That concludes the presentations for the opening grade. Thank you.
And what an awesome game that was for our Opens. We are going to head over and have a quick ad break, and then we'll join you again for our championship matchup.
Newcastle, home to Australia's largest regional city, a place of beauty offering stunning beaches, entertainment and a real place to call home. From grassroots, we create champions in our game, opening pathways to the future. Newcastle's rich sporting culture is more than just a story, it's our life. Netball sits right at the centre, bringing literally thousands together every week. Our unique competition of 8 clubs field a team in each of 3 grades. Our under-23s, the first step in a high-level competition, bringing new talent into the spotlight. Our opens, upping the pace and skill set to another level. Championship division, our pinnacle competition. The game is fast, tough and aggressive. Blink and you'll miss it. Welcome to Newcastle Netball Association's Tri-Series.
Alrighty, and we're now back with our championship division at today's Newcastle Netball Association Tri-Series Grand Final. We've seen the 23s, South versus West. West just coming away with the win there. And then in our last game, interrupting the flow, West versus North. North being able to sneak away with a win, which was really exciting to see. We've seen West be so dominant in the last couple of years, and it's been nice to see that little bit of a change up. We're about to jump into our grand final for the championship in the next few minutes. We've got West up against Nova. You know, 2 really strong and competitive teams, and I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top. We'll be jumping into some interviews shortly. But as you can see, the sideline is full, the grandstands are packed, and there's heaps of supporters out for both clubs here. We've got some junior members from each of the clubs who are going to be, you know, standing by our championship teams, and it's great to see that these clubs do have pathways for these athletes. All right, we're going to take a look at some interviews from earlier this week.
Will bring a lot of emotion to the grand final. They've worked really hard, a lot of those girls in that team over a lot of years. So they bring experience, but they'll bring enthusiasm, and they'll play for each other, which is a lot of what we do.
I guess what helps us is West. We're all playing with our best friends and have each other's back, and what will be, and if we do the hard work, then we'll know we'll get the result that we want. So.
Oh, we're ecstatic. We're absolutely ecstatic. We wanted this game so badly. It's been a long time coming for Nova in general, for Katie and I in general, and we are just beyond excited. Whatever happens over the next week is just an extra win. You know, winning last week was a huge win for us. Today is even bigger, and we're just so incredibly proud of our girls. Everyone went out there and did their job, and then some. But to finish the game the way that we did, to get everyone on the court, everyone put their best effort forward, it was unbelievable for us.
We're actually really similar teams. We've both got great, strong goal shooters. We've got similar goal attacks that play the same game. So those mid positions can sort of you just never know in a grand final what can happen. So I'd put it down to our mid-court to just possibly nick a few, and we can be in that game next week without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're definitely going with confidence. I think we're 3 on a row now, so there's no reason why we can't take 4.
Welcome everyone, and what a great afternoon it is here at Newcastle Netball Association. It's set up really nicely for our Newcastle Netball Association Tri-Series Championship Grade Grand Final, and it is my pleasure to welcome onto the court our teams for the Grand Final. West Balance, we have Maddie Taylor, Emma Prince, Rhiannon Stokes, Sophie Dunning, Hannah Cullen, Meg Halen, Savannah Angelozzi, Lacey Costigan, Ella Butcher, Gemma Lucas, Carly Harris, and Sammy Chicken. Nova Thunder, Angel Barber, Laura Glendenning, Sabina Comboso, Matilda Lidbury, Caitlin Lobston, Keely Mullins, Zoe Peden, Katie Robinson, Veronica Smith, Peyton Cook, Talia Henry, and Ella McCluskey. Present your bags and come and shake hands.
We're about to jump into our championship grand final, the game we've been waiting for all day. West up against Nova. A really exciting opportunity for Nova. They've come from further down in the ladder, I think third or fourth this season, to be able to come into the grand final against West, who are our reigning champs for the last couple of years. Both teams are really strong and have a lot of experience and knowledge in them. So it's going to be an interesting one to see who comes out on top. Starting some of their warm-ups there, and you'll see the intensity lift compared to last game as well. They do just play that little bit sharper, and they are that stronger in their drives, in their contests around the ball. West, you know, Nova haven't managed to win against West this season. 49-48 in their first round, up in round 5, and 55-36 in round 12, which is that little bit bigger of a margin. They have had a couple of losses, both times against West and North, except for when it came to our semis and they managed to come out on top. West only losing one game this season so far to North a little bit earlier on. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Nova, they are the underdogs, but I'm excited to see how they come up on top. I'm surprised and excited that they have managed to get to this grand final, and they should be so incredibly proud of that. And I can't wait to see what they deliver netball-wise.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see Matilda Libbury and Peyton Cook. They're obviously one of the younger girls in the team. So for them to step up in champs, it's really exciting, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the team.
Yeah, and just having a look, it's going to be exciting to see Sammy Chicken come up against Sabina. You know, Sabina is such a powerhouse. She is so strong in that goal shooter position. She gets these beautiful front holds, and she is hard to knock down. But we've also got Vo Smith, and she is also an incredible athlete, and she'll be coming up against Maddie Taylor, who is just as strong of a shooter. You can see the little bits of green out in the grandstand over there. Nova coming in with a full cheer squad. It's always hard to tell with West, you know, black uniforms, so they look like they've got lots of supporters, and they've got two teams that have played before them who will be hanging around to cheer them on. And it's such a nice day for netball. The sun is out, it is shining, it is keeping us all nice and warm. However, there is that little bit of a wind factor, so hopefully our shooters are able to adjust to that and still put some good ball up into those hoops. some of the passes might need to be adjusted as well, just to make sure that they're able to streamline those down the court. You'll see from our aerial shot there, we've got lots of other grand finals going on in Newcastle netball today. We will be running on our own timing system, so you may hear some hooters, and hopefully that won't impact the game too much, but the clock should be on your screen at some point today for you to check in and see how many minutes we've got left. Midori, who do you think is going to come out on top today?
Oh, I'm honestly not sure. Obviously, West have won the last few years. But I'm really, like you said, I'm so excited to see Nova in it. I guess it's whoever, you know, holds their head high and I think stays really calm and enjoys the game.
Yeah, definitely so. We've got a lot of experience in this Nova team and some great leadership in their captains of Laura and Katie. So there is, as you said, some younger girls up in this side, but West is also quite a young side as well. Just they've been playing together, however, for such a long period of time that they're able to just bounce straight off each other.
Absolutely. I think at this point, sometimes it comes naturally to them. They've been in the grand final for the last few years, so sometimes it's just like another grand final for them, another game.
Yeah, definitely have that experience of playing these tough grand final games and you know, having to fight to win. And we have seen them be so dominant, not just this season, but for the past few seasons. So, you know, I think we're all wanting to see a little bit of a change up. But, you know, who comes away with the win, we won't know until the game gets started. We are really fortunate here at Newcastle to have some fantastic sponsors on board. We have Pharmacy for Less at Broadmeadow, City of Newcastle, the Duke of Wellington, Ethos Health, and of course our major sponsor for the Tri-Series competition, which is the Greater Bank.
Both teams at the moment just running through a bit of half court to get going.
It's always hard, I find, when I haven't done a bit of half court to warm up, to get into the momentum of the game.
Absolutely.
And feel like I'm playing the netball, you know?
Exactly.
Your legs are always that little bit jellyish at first, so. Lots of cheering already going on, as I'm sure you can hear in the background, so. Exciting. And just watching some of the shooters put their shots up, and I think they're going to have to start adjusting to the wind a little bit. Huge sidelines from both teams, and a lot of experience in both benches as well. You know, a lot of experience in the depth of these teams. You could really pull most of these players onto the court, and their impact would be just as incredible as the person before them. So lots of opportunities and areas to change up how they play these games and who they put on. And with the introduction of rolling subs, I'm sure we'll see a lot of these players on the court today.
Definitely. It's always interesting seeing how each team uses those rolling subs and what they do differently and what they may do the same. So it's good to see what changes they make during the game and how it turns out.
Yeah, and I think it is important to utilise your rolling subs. You don't want to overutilise them. You don't want to be making, you know, 20 changes a game or anything like that. But it is important, if something's not working, you now have that opportunity to change things up. But also, sometimes it might be working, but it just gives the opposition, just throws them off by changing somebody up in that space, and gives an opportunity to have fresh legs and a bit of a rest for those players who are playing full games.
Absolutely, and it's always good if you're on court, able to come off, have a look at the game, get a breather, and then go back on even better.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to see what is happening on court and how you can potentially make an impact, because it is hard to tell when you're on the court what you are and aren't doing well. So to see that from the sideline is always a great opportunity. It won't be long until we get started. I'm definitely excited for this game. I think we can see from the people hanging around, other clubs, you know, junior players from all over the place are coming to watch the elite of the elite for Newcastle. This is our premier competition. It's our pathway. It's how some of these players have made it to Metro and Premier League and even state. Like, we do have players that have represented Australia. I know Nikita Jackson from South has done so herself in her time, and she's in this competition as well, and I'm sure there's many more. So we've even got Hope White, who's now a training partner with the Giants and has recently in this season made the Giants team and was in their starting 7 for half the season at least. So it just goes to show the depth that Newcastle Netball has and the pathway that they've put in place.
Definitely. It's also good to see how those Premier League players and how everyone gels as a team, you know, bringing players in from different Premier League teams, Metro teams, etc., and then putting them all together. It's interesting to see how they each complement each other's games.
Yeah, and it's great to see the relationships they've formed off the court and the culture that they set for themselves as a team and as a club and as role models for their junior players and for the association. Maddie Taylor just popping some shots up there from distance as well. Same with Emma Prince, and she's nailing them. So I think we know she can pretty much shoot from everywhere, but she always manages to get that ball under the post, which is awesome to see. Great to see her playing down here in Newcastle as well, and coming back to play in this competition. Not a lot of changes to this championship team compared to last year. It is a very similar team with the inclusion of 1 or 2 players. Nova has had some change-ups. You'll see Sabina has transitioned from North over to Nova this year and is in a grand final for the 2nd year in a row, but most of their team has stayed relatively the same. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all works out on court.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Nova's going to tackle this game and their strategies and game plan coming in, knowing that West are obviously experienced in grand finals.
Yeah, but I think they also will know how West play, and hopefully they've come up with some strategies and court play that will adapt to that style of play, and hopefully they'll be able to come out on top. We're going to throw over to Monique, who will introduce our umpires. Our umpires in white with their Greater logo on the back. You know, 2 umpires that have been umpiring this competition for the entire season. Ben has umpired Tri-Series for quite some years here in Newcastle now, so it's definitely going to be a good matchup. These girls should be used to both of these umpires' style of umpiring, and they'll know what they're good at and what they're going to pull and be able to make adjustments based on that. To be a fly on the wall in these huddles, it'd be great to hear what both coaches and captains are saying to their team, how they're preparing for this game, what they're chatting about.
I think those team huddles before the game are so important.
Definitely, it can set the tone for the entire game. And we're starting to get set up on the court, so it won't be long, and we will, for lack of a better term, kick off.
Nova with the first centre pass.
Hopefully they're able to convert on this. Already a strong centre pass. Struggling to get that ball back into the centre third and transition through that second phase.
West doing really well to hold Nova high.
Oh, great hands from Zoe. Unfortunately, just unable to keep it in her own team's possession, just flicking it over to West there, but they have managed to turn that straight back over. And again, you can already see Oh, huge pass in. Great confidence from Zoe Peden there to push that ball straight in over the top. That's a big pass. I know I'd like to get circle edge before I made one of those. Nova scoring our first goal of the game. Oh, great touch, and I think a well-deserved call. Beautiful footwork from the defence there to just get around the body and get hands up onto that ball.
Nova work it down pretty well. Oh, jigs them.
I think, unfortunately, it might have come off Semi Chicken's hand, so Nova's still with the ball. I think something interesting to note is we know that Savina plays a holding game and she tends to like to shoot close to the post, whereas Maddie Taylor, although plays a holding game, can move really well, but also is comfortable shooting those longer range shots. So I think if West keep that pressure on and push her top, they might come away with the win here. Struggling with that transition down the court. Nobody coming forward in that mid area to just punch through. And we've seen it result in a held ball. So, oh, beautiful setup there. Great little swing ball out to Zoe and then back into Sabina in that triangle.
And she finishes off with a shot.
West will be wanting to convert a goal now. 3 the difference, Nova ahead. They haven't managed to secure their own centre pass, West, yet. They've had 0 attempts at the goals. And that's a great feed. Strong defence from Meg Halen there. Just cutting off that option of Hannah in wing attack.
And great intercept from Sammy Chicken.
Sorry, Matilda in wing attack. Oh, great pressure. Caitlin just getting a quick touch to that. Vo Smith, another strong player. We've seen the 2 younger siblings go head-to-head in our last game. Ellis Smith for West and Renee Smith for North. Renee's team, North, just coming away with the win.
It's great to see the 3 sisters playing all different clubs. I mean, it's great, and there was probably a little bit of rivalry during the week in their house.
I did hear a rumour that they had been giving it to each other all week, and I'd love to have heard some of those comments. And I know Claudia, the 4th sister, is quite the athlete as well, but isn't currently playing.
West just working the ball down the court.
A great transition from West there, really strong and quick to get that ball to goal third and onto circle edge. Hopefully they're able to deliver on this and you could see Emma Prince trying to set up that screen to get the ball into Maddie Taylor, but the Nova defence is just reading that, and so instead of, trying to force something that wasn't on, just coming through and getting that front ball. Little bit too long, some hesitation in that feed, and it just wasn't quite there on time.
Great triangle there into the goal shooter.
Yep, set up beautifully. Oh, great drive. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, just a bit of a wayward pass, caught it in an uncomfortable position and got the stepping call there. A bit short there. Great double play. Fortunately, it just meant that Gemma Lucas was that little bit high, but they've still managed to get the ball down to that quarter. Third. And that circle rotation, Emma Prince sweeping that top to open up that space for Maddie Taylor, who's holding it close to that baseline.
Great ball to circle edge and straight into Maddie Taylor, who finishes off with a shot.
Meg Halen just a little early over the line then. Both teams probably going to have to start adjusting their distance, getting a few obstruction calls.
Great footwork for Gemma Lucas.
Yeah, able to come away with the touch, unfortunately, just going out over the sideline. Oh, great read from Semi Chicken. Good elevation as well. We know those balls are really hard to get from Sabina. She is so strong on her hold and does get those high balls.
West are transitioning really well from that intercept straight into attacking and working the ball down the court.
And just a little bit late on that one coming around the body and unfortunately getting a contact. And a great little short pass from shooter to shooter there. West coming back up now. They are 5-3, sorry, 6-3, 3 the difference. So starting the game off 3 down, and we're now got about 8 minutes left, and you know they've managed to get back up on top. Great read there. Good defensive pressure from Zoe Peden. Oh. Sophie Buckley just reading the play beautifully then and sweeping through that middle section and picking up ball. And a great take. Nova Centre. Interesting, giving the goal attack the line rather than the wing attack to come over and take that ball, but I think that's also a smart move, not something you would expect traditionally. So great to see them just go, as long as somebody's got that line to themselves, you know, it's going to work. Shooters coming out to help out there and help with that second phase, which is good to see, so that our feeders can get circle edge. Great shot. Oh, a bit of pass not quite in the right space. They all seem to be pushing, West seems to be pushing Nova into this middle channel, so getting on the outsides of their players and pushing them into each other's space, not really allowing for the ball to actually transition down the court. Oh, but a great pull in there from the wing defence. Oh, and just too much on that one and not quite in the right space. Plays just a little bit behind Sabina's open side. However, Nova's defensive pressure then, just forcing that ball straight out over the sideline for West. Oh, Gemma Lucas with the touch.
I think West's hands over the ball has been extremely effective. Every ball they've got hands over, which is maybe what is causing the turnovers and the little mistakes from Nova.
Yeah, it's placing pressure on those feeders to put the ball in the right spot. And so it's definitely had a huge impact, and I think they need to keep doing that. Not really anyone there for that next pass. Great vision. And good setup there. Maddie Taylor just setting up in the post to give Emma either an option for the pass or an option for the rebound. We're sitting now about 6 ahead. And that pass has finally paid off. I think Nova really need to hit circle edge before they're putting those high balls into Sabina. Strong defence from Nova there. West having to go back for that reset option.
Nova wing defence doing really well to keep either the centre or the wing attack off the circle.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see, because those feeds are coming direct from the circle edge and they are a little bit too smooth and easy for that West team. So great to see her having a crack and keeping one of those feeders off. Nova having to use that reset as well. There's a lot happening in that middle section of the third there. They all seem to want to go to the same channel. Semi Chicken doing a really good job of pushing Sabina high and pushing her into that space where she's not comfortable to shoot. And we've got an offensive contact from West there.
Nova work it down really well and straight into Sabina.
Great shot there from Sabina. And again, that's just that hands over pressure. Sophie Buckley just had beautiful hands over. She got up for that tip. Fortunately, just weren't able to pull it in for West. But I think if they continue to get tips like that and they continue to be ball hungry the way they have been, they're going to get some great turnovers. Gemma Lucas just really great with that footwork then, putting a bit of doubt into the Nova feeders' minds there. Not really comfortable pushing that ball in, but only 4 in it now, so not much for Nova. Oh, great touch.
Great footwork.
And we've seen a bit of a change up in the Nova defensive end. Bo Smith just coming off the court there. But already it's been they've had such an impact getting some hands around to those balls. Great take from Maddie Taylor.
And that hands over again.
Yeah, I feel Nova's defensive end are trying to help out on that centre pass, which is great to see, but they're just coming down too far and it's clogging the space for the attackers. And so you end up with your West defensive and attacking end in the one space as well as the centre, and it's just forcing that turnover. Oh, and unfortunately we are on a different timing system to the rest of the competitions here at Newcastle today, and Katie Robinson thinking that's the end of the first quarter, unfortunately just giving away a small footwork error. But easy mistake to make, and hopefully going into the next couple of quarters they'll know that they're on that different timing system and hopefully adjust. Unfortunate, they did need that turnover, and hopefully they're able to secure one here. But it's not to be. Both teams have 2 really strong powerhouse holding shooters who are really strong on those holds. Oh, great feed into Sabina there.
Great vision.
Beautiful vision. It was set up perfectly. Very textbook.
Great defence from Nova. West having a look back for a reset option before coming down the court.
Like to see Nova get around the body there on Maddie Taylor and just try and contest that front ball. Oh, Semi Chicken coming out for the fly. Unfortunately mistimed it, just leaving Sabina home alone there, and an easy feed straight into those shooters. Oh, huge pass into Maddie Taylor. And I think that was a panic one because we have just hit the end of the first quarter here for the championship division. West just with a slight lead at the moment, but Nova still fighting really hard to get that ball into their attacking circle. I'd like to see Nova try and change up their centre pass a little bit. They're relying a little bit too much on their defence, which is clogging that one side of the court and pushing their defenders into the middle. West are doing a really good job of getting on the outside of their attack, of Nova's attacking players, and pushing them all into the same space. So you're ending up with a middle channel and nowhere to go kind of thing. Wests are playing quite strong. Their feeds have been really strong and right into the space, and Maddie Taylor's been great at pulling that ball in.
The ball speed of this game is just great to watch, and it's something that, you know, we may not see as much in the 23s and opens, and the champs really bring it out, and their ball speed is just amazing.
Yeah, and along with that ball speed, there's composure.
Yeah.
There's no, I'm getting the ball down for the sake of getting the ball down and we're doing it quick because I'm expected to do it quick. They're thinking about it and they're making those decisions quicker. Got some Nova supporters there on the sideline, here to cheer on their respective teams. Some West as well. And we're about to get stuck into the second quarter. Hopefully Nova will be able to change some things up and come out on top to deliver here.
We're seeing a few changes from West already coming back into the second quarter.
I'm standing there.
Alrighty, and we have now kicked off here in this second quarter. West starting the quarter 5 goals ahead. Not a huge margin. I think that's absolutely still achievable, especially this early in the game. Nova's first centre pass again. Semi-Chicken having to work with 2 attackers there. And unfortunately, the feed just wasn't right, and Semi-Chicken's footwork was impeccable to get around the body of Sabina then and get up to that ball.
I think the West defenders throughout all 3 grades are very aerial, and that's when, you know, the opposition attackers have to acknowledge that and maybe throw in a few fakes there to confuse the defenders and draw them out.
I think particularly for that setup, we had a shooter who was front and by herself. And we should be working the easy option and not trying to push him for that glory pass.
Yeah.
No changes to the Nova starting lineup. They still have an extensive bench of players that they can pull from. We did see, apologies, that change. Vo Smith coming out of the goalkeeper position earlier in the first quarter. Great read from Zoe Peden.
Her drives down the court have been extremely strong and quick.
Her change of direction, her decision making, but just her ability to read the play and get up for those balls was fantastic. Again, hands over pressure on that circle edge will disrupt a feed anytime. So if West keep putting that pressure on, great shot. Held ball. That just shows great defensive pressure from Nova. They've come out hungry in this second quarter. They really want this win. They want to show that they are one of the top 4 teams, and they are, but they want to show that they're the top team. And I think they're absolutely capable of being that. They are incredibly strong, but they're such a nice club to verse as well. Strong defence there. Just getting a soft contact on that centre circle. Really easy feed in then to Caitlin. And I think it's really important to acknowledge, and it's one of my favourite parts, is I like to call Nova the team of mums. They've got an extensive lineup of awesome mums who are just so incredibly fit and talented, and their kids must be so incredibly proud to watch them play.
Definitely, and their passion for the game, you know, to still be in it after having kids is amazing.
And especially at this level. As you can see, like the physicality and the experience that these players have and need. Oh, and great footwork there from the goalkeeper. She's just unable to pull it in, but she is really putting that pressure on for Maddie Taylor in that shooter position, and even for the West feeders.
Great second phase depth there from Tilly.
That's exactly what we've been waiting to see from this Nova team, and we haven't been able to get there so far, but that was perfect. Just an offside call from the wing defence. Oh, and just those pesky hands over, getting a tip. As we said, those hands over, they're so important, and it's something we teach from such a young age. Hands over pressure is so valuable.
Ooh, and a footwork call there.
A little bit confused, I think, by that one, Maddie. Might have not thought she stepped. Oh, the no-look bounce pass. We saw a couple of those in the last game, and they're not my favourite in the mid-court, but strong pressure there from Nova, picking up those players.
Nova making it a little bit harder for West to get it down there into their shooting end, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think the feeders were setting up quite wide then, so they weren't quite 10 and 2, and you couldn't really force that swing ball even though the shooters were set for it. So the West mid-courts might just need to have a look at how they're setting up and change something up there. Huge pass straight out over the baseline there. I should call it the goal line. The umpires listening will be very cross with me for calling it a baseline.
Great feed into the shooter there, and Sabina finishing it off.
Great transition down the court for Nova. It was quick and it was seamless. It was textbook. Oh, and again, that second phase has absolutely lifted. Oh, unlucky. Great effort there from Caitlin. Oh, Zoe Peden almost getting hands to that one again. She's reading that play really well. And a great turnover for Nova there.
They're definitely back in this with only 3 goals down.
Oh, I agree. I think they do need to be careful. Sabina just dropping off there and expecting that big pass in, but Semi Chicken is so versatile and agile. She can absolutely drop back and get that. So she just does need to be careful about how she's setting up in that circle. Strong front cut there. We've seen Reece Stokes enter the game in that goal attack position. We're used to seeing her in more of a goal shooter position than goal attack. She tends to play more of a holding game. I think it'll be interesting to see herself and Maddie go up against each other. Great pick up from Katie.
Nice front hold from Sabina there. Unfortunately, just the pass not landing back to her goal attack.
Yeah, I think Nova need to have a look at that pass placement. It wasn't quite where it needed to be. And unfortunately for them, Semi Chicken just got hands straight through that and picked it up. And she'll continue to do that. Great hustle from Nova.
And an offensive contact. Unfortunately, maybe just pushing off a little in the back there to get the ball on the baseline.
Yeah, I think Sabina got called for that a couple of times during the minor semis against South. Just, I think, potentially, yeah, pushing off that goalkeeper. She's already so strong on that hold, so really no need for her to do that. Wow, I would have... I'm sorry. I'm just in awe. I would have absolutely face-planted trying to keep... on side then, so great job. And a held ball. Great defensive pressure from West. Quick transition. They are sticking to that sideline a little bit though. They are going to want to square that up.
Great defensive pressure from the Nova defenders there. Just moving around the body and staying on until causing that mistake there from West. Yeah, there's definitely...
They're keeping a little too static in that shooting circle, West now. As I said, Rhea and Maddie both wanting to kind of hold a little bit. Maddie's coming out, which is really nice to see, and she just did that beautiful drive in. But it's kind of like her and Rhea want to do the same things at the same time. So one of them needs to come out, and one of them needs to move, and one of them needs to hold, and they need to decide who that's going to be. Great vision from the umpire to see that. Just advancing that ball up a little bit for Nova. Still 5 the difference with 6 minutes left in this half. Nova's picking up the pace though. They've come out firing. They are that bit stronger. A great feed in. Unfortunately, just getting a bit of a knock from Gemma Lucas there. Oh, and a great shot.
We've just seen a change in the West Wing attack. Lacey Costigan coming on. It'd be interesting to see, you know, how she adapts to the game and how she comes in and what she brings.
Oh, unfortunately, just in the wrong space then, leaving Maddie Taylor in there by herself and just getting that quick and easy front pass in. West really firing up now defensively. They are in it to win it and they're working hard. But Nova aren't giving up. They're working really strong. Oh, unlucky. I did think Reece Stokes might have had that one. She did well. Wing defence is just off that transverse line a little bit, which I think is giving her too much space.
Unfortunately, that ball just going over the baseline possibly needed one more pass around the circle and then popping it in.
West transition from the baseline throw in, or the goal line throw in, they are doing short, medium, long, and it's working really well for them. That quick short pass onto the court and then looking really long to see can they get it out of that third. And I can see over here on the sideline we've got one of the Nova captains, Laura, warming up to potentially go on into the wing defence position. She is an incredible athlete, super ball hungry, a lovely person too, and I know it's great to hear her encourage her team on and off the court, but I can't wait to see what impact she potentially has when or if she comes on. Nova just struggling to get that ball out of that middle third there. They are kind of stuck on that sideline. Oh, and a bit of a wayward pass. That was lucky for Nova because it just wasn't the right option. Great vision into the circle. And a bit of a shot. Interesting decision. I felt like the Nova wing attack was there for quite a long time. I know that hands over pressure was probably a little bit daunting for the centre there, but they really needed to give and go on that. Oh.
I think the goal shooter and the goal attack just then, maybe in the same space. I think Sophie had the right idea then to pop the ball back into the back space, but no one was there.
Yeah, I agree. I think Reece Stokes and Maddie Taylor are both great players, but they're not a combination I'd put together because they are unfortunately just playing the exact same game and it's not working for them. And I think if they keep that up, Nova have potential to turn these balls over and win this game. A great feed and a great take from Maddie Taylor.
Great arms over pressure from the Nova goalkeeper there.
Unlucky on that rebound, just contacting on that second attempt. Just a reminder, there is still 2 minutes left in this game. We do have some other ones going on at the moment. Oh, and we've got a tumble. Oh,
unlucky.
Great.
She did well trying to keep that in.
She did, and it is unlucky, you're right. Reece Stokes just getting two hands to it, but they have been able to transition that ball. Oh, quick and easy. Oh, beautiful vision and a great take from Caitlin there. Unfortunately, just didn't quite flick it into Sabina the right way. Oh, strong defence.
Great tip.
And that's the co-captain, Laura.
Great double play from Lacey there.
Yes.
Able to get on the circle edge, unfortunately just losing it in that passing placement into the Maddie Taylor.
Yeah, I think that's where they need a goal attack who is going to sweep that front. Reece Stokes just coming up high, which was into the space, but unfortunately just in between those mid-court defenders, so they weren't able to get to the ball, leaving Maddie Taylor double defended right on that baseline. So if they can get someone to sweep that front, it will either open up the space for Maddie by pulling that front defender off, or that front goal attack sweeping will be the option.
Unlucky. Right idea then. I think it might have just been a little bit too quick.
Yeah, it was great vision and the right pass for sure, so unlucky they weren't able to pull that in. Beautiful vision. A good pull in by Sabina. Unfortunately, it's just flicked out over the sideline.
I think it'll be nice to see from both teams, just getting on that circle edge and taking a breath before trying to force it into the circle. We've seen a few turnovers.
And the read, unfortunately, again, just not quick enough for that touch. And that is the end of the second quarter. We are now at half-time. We're still with that little bit of a lead, but Nova playing some really great netball, and I think they've definitely got potential to contest and potentially come out on top here.
Definitely. Nova stuck into it in that quarter. Didn't let the scoreline drop out or anything like that, so they're still in it.
Absolutely. There isn't that big of a difference. You know, it's a couple of turnovers, and I think they're absolutely capable of that. They've stopped letting West push them into that middle channel, and they're starting to get a bit more freedom coming down the court, so they're not turning that ball over. Unfortunately, they just also haven't been able to turn said ball over to get it down. There's some great defensive pressure from both teams. Again, I'd like to see some changes made to that West shooting circle. I think there needs to be a bit of a change up in how they are choosing their combinations, because unfortunately they're just clogging the same space.
I agree. Having a goal attack, you know, sweeping the front, either gives an option to the front or then allows it and opens it up for the back to then pop that lob into Maddie Taylor.
Yeah, or alternatively, if you want to have a goal attack that is going to do a bit more of that kind of holding or isn't going to sweep as much, then you probably need to have a moving shooter as well. And although she's capable, that's not the game that West play with Maddie Taylor here. Nova still looking cool, calm and collected though. They, you know, they're a few down, but still really confident and positive, and they're still in this game. Great to see the positivity coming from both team benches and the team talk that's going on. It'll be interesting to see if there's any changes to either lineup going into this third quarter.
I think the third quarter is a very, very important quarter. You know, it's either the quarter that you can come back into it and, you know, come back and hold that lead, or it could possibly draw out
and then this game for them. Yeah, look, absolutely. Looks like we'll be starting with a Nova centre here. Hopefully this will give them the leg up that they need to get this score out in the front again. Sabina coming out of the circle just to help out there. Great option. Unfortunately, the pass just wasn't. Oh, and a step. Nova's turned it straight back over. Jenna Lucas, unfortunately, just with footwork. Oh, and great movement there from Caitlin. And a wonderful shot. Meg Halen back on into the wing defence position for West. She's a fantastic mid-court player. We've seen her in all three of those mid-court positions this season and for the last few seasons for West, and she has been quite strong there.
And Emma Prince back in as goal attack. As we were saying, hopefully that means she can sweep the front and move a little bit more and allow Maddie Taylor to hold.
Oh, great footwork and a great touch. And the offensive contact, I do think that the goalkeeper did just get that hand to the ball there. And Maddie Taylor quite strong over the top there, but unfortunately getting a contact call. Yeah, held ball. Nobody coming through there for Laura to give that ball off to. Oh, and a great take. And we're already seeing that front sweep, both players coming off to pick up Emma, which left Maddie Taylor alone. Six the difference. We're in the third quarter. We're only a few minutes in. Nova have been quite strong, particularly in that second quarter there, and I'm hoping that they're able to come out on top at the end of this quarter as well and set themselves up for a great last quarter. Nova, unfortunately, unable to have gotten the win over this West Championship side this season. As we said earlier, their first round 49-48 to West and their second round 55-36. Still maintaining that 6 difference at the moment. That is only 3 turnovers though, and it's absolutely achievable for this Nova team.
Great to see the West attacking players coming down and defending that centre pass and making it harder for Nova to get the ball down.
Unfortunately, just an offside for Nova there. And it's these little 1% turnovers that are really going to impact this game. They do just need to be a little bit more disciplined, Nova, in that attacking space. Starting to get a little bit messy in that mid-court space there.
I think I've noticed in both teams, the wing attack and the goal attack are coming over that line, which is making it harder to then transition down and have that second phase depth that we did have in the second quarter. So it'd be good to see, just like that, if one of the players are coming over the line, allowing that other player to get that second phase depth straight in.
Yeah, there's not a lot of structure in their centre pass. They're allowing it to happen naturally, which is fine, but unfortunately a couple of times it has clogged the space, and we saw in that first quarter West got a couple of turnovers from Nova doing that, and they adjusted really well in that second half. Able to get a turnover there, but unfortunately just throwing it away again. Great touch from Laura. Oh, and great again. Oh, unfortunately, just coming off the knees of the Nova defender there. Great effort from her, though. Oh, and again, that triangle, a swing ball across to the wing attack and then straight into the goal shooter. Oh, Nova just able to keep hands on that ball. Wasn't in the right spot. Oh, Meg Halen with the touch there. And great effort to stay onside. It did just go out over the sideline. Oh, beautiful setup. Quick and easy pass straight into Sabina. 7 the difference. West centre. Oh, great effort there from Nova. I really hope they're able to transition this down. Ooh, almost cutting each other off there. Oh, and a throw in for Nova, just coming off the centre's hands there from West. And there seems to be a few clumsy hands. They're just dropping a lot of ball out there, Nova. And again, I think that's also the pass placement and West's ability to just get those little fingertips to the ball. Strong defence. Oh, and a great tip there. Unfortunately, just a contact call on court first. And that score margin has dragged back out to 8, but it is a Nova centre. We can see a couple of...
Oh, Sammy Chicken, lovely elevation there to be able to get possession of that ball.
Fantastic job. We can see a couple of changes potentially coming on for Nova. A few people on the sideline getting ready to head onto court and see if they can change up this game. Oh, and a great touch and a good pull-in from Zoe Peden. Great work to Nova there. Oh, beautiful feed. Gemma Lucas reading that play really well, but unfortunately just giving a little tip, causing that contact. We've just seen a change up in the goal defence for Nova. A lot of bounce passes in that mid-court. You know, it definitely takes a lot of skill to execute those correctly, which they're doing, but yeah, definitely a risky move.
Great turnover there.
Yeah, beautiful touch. Just needing someone to punch through and come forward towards that ball in the attack end to hopefully allow those feeders to get circle edge. Sabina coming out really helped that. There she is, and that, oh, sorry, that front ball was on. She had the beautiful front hold there, and I really wanted that feeder to give it straight into Sabina. Sabina's going to have to change up her angle a little bit now because that ball is in a slightly different space. Oh, great option there from the wing attack. And she's just come back onto the court as well. Another change that Nova's made, and I think 2 really good changes for them.
Oh, amazing intercept from Gemma Lucas there. Just being able to get around on the inside and taking that ball with 2 hands.
Emma Prince just trying to screen there when only one defender was in the circle. Oh, great defensive pressure there. Emma Prince just unable to get 2 hands to that ball. Good option there from the wing attack, just coming middle. Oh, that was lucky. I do think that they need to drive towards the ball there. They're moving away, and that ball is just not going to get there. Oh, great vision and great feed on the after that quick little contact there.
That passing placement was exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, Nova just shortening that margin to 6 now. Hopefully they can convert this, get it to 5, and then keep striving and keep working to get it even closer. Semi-Chicken, unfortunately, with the obstruction, just a little bit close. Sabina, obviously a very different shooting style from what we're used to seeing, but it works so well for her. Captains Laura and Emma just having a little bit of a hug there. Laura, unfortunately, just getting a bit stuck in her feet and causing that contact. Oh, and great rebound. Again, 6 a difference. Nova's centre.
I loved that strong drive over the line from the Nova goal attack. Just running onto that ball.
as we said, Sabina's quite strong on her hold, but I think she's just holding the wrong way. Great to see her be able to do that spin in the air there and get front again. Oh, and a great rebound to score from falling out of court. Oh, I'll tell you what, I definitely couldn't do that, so well done to her.
The Nova bench, just loud. I think it's helping the girls on court. Very loud, very positive.
Great defensive pressure from Nova here. They are working their bums off to try and get this win. Oh, great touch. Unfortunately, just getting a contact there. And again, but still they're putting in that defensive pressure. Oh, great ball down the court there. Good vision from Zoe. Beautiful feed. Great vision from Caitlin there into Sabina.
That placement's definitely improved. It's right where Sabina wants it and needs it to be.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pass in. I'm really glad they've been able to sort that out and keep getting that ball into her. Hopefully they can do a few more turnovers and get that ball back into her again so that they can even up this scoreline. Oh, great defensive pressure.
West doing really well in that attacking end, just to stay calm and patient and let it open out itself.
Yeah, Emma coming out there to create that space for Maddie.
Oh,
Gemma
great
Lucas,
touch.
another touch. Her team there to back her up for that turnover. Great defensive pressure from Nova, and they were able to turn that ball over them from a held ball. Just not quite timing their drives correctly, and they're all coming up at the same time and getting stuck in that space, and somebody needs to clear off and re-offer. Oh, great decision making there from the wing attack. She went to force that ball into Sabina, knew it wasn't on, and went the short. That's great discipline from her. Oh, and that defensive pressure again, just forcing that ball out over that goal line, as we call it. Nova have really stepped up here in this third quarter. And I think Sabina even coming out of the circle sometimes to open up that space has really helped them to transition that ball. Nova's ball at the top of the circle there. They're advancing the penalty. I'm unsure what the reason is for.
Unlucky. I think she needed to look to her wing attack and centre there and maybe go outside the circle to open it up.
Yeah, I think she just got a bit excited by the advancement and unfortunately just didn't put that ball in the right space. Great defensive pressure. Oh, and a beautiful take from Maddie Taylor. Oh, great rebound. Unfortunately, just coming off her hand and out of that court, but a fantastic fit. Great take there from Sophie Buckley. Again. Oh, beautiful shot, Emma. Not long left in this quarter. There's about 6 in it currently. Nova currently have possession. Hopefully they're able to score and limit that score down to 5 as a margin before we go into this quarter. And that goal counts. New ruling for this year is that once the ball has been released, if the whistle goes and the shot is successful, it is a goal. So that brings that score margin down to 5. Nova they started really strong. They got a bit rocky, but then they brought it back up to that barrier of 5. Hopefully, this last quarter, they can really come out and deliver.
I think this last quarter is going to be very tough and very strong.
I agree. It was great to see West make those changes in the attacking end. We could already see that inclusion of Emma Prince back into the game really changed up that attacking circle. It made it much easier for those feeders to find the ball, to find the shooters and put that ball into the right space.
And Emma Prince's game is amazing to watch. She's very, very effective and works the ball around really well, but able to do it very calmly.
Yeah, she's a bit of a playmaker. She is happy to be the one that sets up for the goals rather than takes the goals.
Definitely.
And it almost not quite acts as a third feeder, but she just creates the space for the shooter. She is confident and accurate to shoot, but creates that space for her shooter to be able to come in and get good front onto that ball. Not much in it at all, only 5 the difference. Nova are playing their hearts out. West have been so competitive for so many years now. They are doing a fantastic job again here today, and I really hope that Nova can just show everyone what they're capable of and hopefully come out on top. But it would also be nice to see West get another win under their belt. It's the last quarter here today at the Tri-Series Championship Grand Final for the Greater Bank here in Newcastle. We're really excited to be with you. We've got West up against Nova. West are roughly 5 ahead at the moment. We are seeing them currently in possession of the ball. It was their centre pass.
Amazing defence from Nova, though. It wasn't easy for West to get the ball down into the shooting circle.
No, and they have come out firing for this quarter.
Great ball.
A great ball into that shooter, Maddie Taylor there. Beautiful shot. And I hate to jinx it, but I don't think she's missed. Oh, good patience from Sabina. She was able to keep that ball in then. Almost looked like the wind took it a little bit. I'm unsure, I couldn't quite hear what that call was, but Nova have turned that one over to West.
Possibly a short pass.
Oh, great touch. Great ability to get up and on top of that ball and be able to pull it in. Unfortunately, the attacking end just throwing it away that little bit then.
Wow, the defence from both sides at the moment is so strong and effective.
Oh, and Sabina just getting that offensive contact again. She's really going to have to adjust if she wants to get that ball into the circle. She is strong enough to not be needing to push off those defensive players.
I think it would be good to see her pop some of those front holds on again and hopefully get the ball delivered into her.
She is so strong on that hold, and getting front would just make it one step easier for her feeders to get those balls in. Oh, beautiful intercept. As we said, the defence is on fire here today. Great pressure there from West. Somebody needs to hit that circle edge from Nova. They're sitting way too wide.
They definitely need 2 options to the ball as well. I think at the moment there's only 1 option.
Yeah, goal attack and centre just cutting each other off then. Oh, and that was lucky for Sabina to not go out of court then and get that ball. 5 still the difference. West in possession on their centre. Oh, great defensive pressure from Nova. It's some fantastic netball that we've seen here today. Oh, unfortunately, I think I'll be honest, I think she dropped the shoulder a little bit then when she stepped into the space.
I think using the ball to contact.
Yeah, look, and it is hard. You do get caught up in the grand final of it all, but you've got to remain calm and keep that composure, especially when you are in possession of that ball, you know, and you are down by that 5. Oh, beautiful transition.
Great feed.
Great feed as well. Very noisy on the sideline. A lot of enthusiastic fans and supporters.
Yes, for the difference. Nova did convert on West centre pass them, but West have just turned it over. Sophie Buckley just getting hands to those balls. I think also great to see such a tall mid-court.
Definitely.
It's not something we're used to. Not the best pass placement, but great job to Sophie just holding front, causing that.
Wow,
offensive.
Nova goalkeeper doing really well to be able to get her feet around Maddie Taylor.
She has been on fire this game.
Oh, Sammy
Chicken. And what I believe is an offensive contact call against Savina. I do think that one, unfortunately, was a bit unlucky. I felt she just held her own on that one, and we're seeing some bodies start to fly, and that happens when you are so competitive and contesting the ball like this and playing at this level. Great defensive pressure from Nova.
They're definitely making it harder for West to pop that ball into Maddie Taylor at the moment, which is great to see.
It is great to see. West might have to do something to change things up if they want to keep this winning streak. Great defensive pressure. Oh, unlucky just coming that little bit late and getting a contact call there.
Great ball.
Beautiful shot.
Sophie Buckley's arms over has been fantastic this game. She's really caused a lot of, turnovers and made it really hard for Nova to get that ball over her arms.
Yeah, definitely. She's forced a lot of turnover with that. Beautiful shot from Caitlin there. Good defensive pressure. Great to see arms over there. Forcing that ball back down into the defensive end. Oh, great footwork from the defenders there. Just getting around, forcing that mistake. West pushing it out over that goal line. Oh, Sophie Buckley giving it her absolute all to try and get that, but it just going over the sideline. Oh, unfortunately, just another turnover again. The wing attack just getting a contact call, I believe, there. Oh, great touch. Unfortunately, unable to pull it in there, but luckily a contact call for West.
Lovely feed in there.
Score margin back out to 6. Nova's centre, 8 minutes left. It's absolutely still achievable. I'd really love to see them give it everything they've got. They've got nothing to lose.
They've definitely stayed in this game the whole time. Watching the game, there's not a huge difference between both of the teams.
No, it's hard to really put into words how tightly contested this game has been and how I feel the score doesn't really reflect the game that's occurred.
Great defence.
Good patience from Maddie Taylor, though. She could see those defenders coming and she... Oh, great feed again from Sophie Buckley. Good defence from the Nova goalkeeper. Sophie Buckley just reading it like a book and being able to adapt. Again, 6 the difference. Oh. A contact call, fortunately, for Nova there. Still 7 minutes in this game. It is anybody's at this point. Nova have come back fighting, and I think they will continue to. I think possibly a little step from Caitlin there, but that wasn't quite cool.
Oh, and I think Semi Chicken might have just got that ball. Yeah. It was great elevation from her. She just took it in with two hands. I think, unfortunately, a caution there. Not for anything behaviourally, just persistent contacting potentially, and that happens sometimes. Great to see players cop that on the chin, you know, make the adjustment and move on. No arguments, which is good because we do need these umpires. Games don't happen without them, and they've been really consistent today. Oh, great touch. And again. Oh, beautiful save. 7 the difference. 5.5 minutes left. And again, that low and slow bounce pass is really what's losing them out here. Oh, and great turnover again. Zoe Peden just getting feet around the body and getting up nice and tall to deflect that over to her defender who can pull it in.
Definitely those turnovers around the circle are always very hard to get as a wing defence and centre, so credit to them.
And a great transition down the court and goal from Nova there, bringing it back to 6. Hopefully they'll be able to score off their centre pass here, bringing it to 5. Semi Chicken using her footwork to get around the ball, but unfortunately just causing a contact there. And a great shot. Yeah. 5 in it. West Centre.
I think Nova really need to turn this one over to stay in the game.
They need to pull one in here, keep applying that pressure and get those intercepts. We know they can do it. They're forcing West to keep going back. Great feed in. Again, Nova not having made a lot of changes this game. They still do have quite a depth in their bench. Oh, beautiful patience and feed. I think potentially a contact call for that one. She was definitely 3. Sabina stepping into her, but I think that hand might have just come down onto the ball. Again, 5 the difference. Oh, I think that wing defence could have got that then.
Great to see West just really staying composed and, you know, keeping that lead the whole game.
Absolutely. They've maintained their composure. They've stuck to their game. They haven't been frazzled by anything so far, which is great to see from their perspective. Oh, and again, just overcooked on that pass. It's just going over that baseline. I think they need to change up their options there. They're just not on the same ball side to Savina, so they either need to, somebody needs to hit her side of the circle so that they can do the swing ball, or they need to utilise their other options.
Nova defence making it really hard to get in there, but West being patient and able to let the circle open up.
Yeah, great to see West continuing to pass that ball around the circle and not force it in. They absolutely could have then, and they chose not to, which is a really smart move from them. Oh, beautiful intercept. Score has blown out that little bit more to 7 again. Oh, and a beautiful shot, bringing that margin back to 6. Not long left in this game, about a minute and a half. I unfortunately don't think it's enough time for Nova to quite get there, but it would be great to see them reduce that score margin a little bit further.
Oh, great job from Sammy Chicken there. Being able to get the tip and then keeping the ball in and having someone there to back her up and take the ball. I think Nova maybe need to feed that ball in a little bit higher, or like Lucy said, change the options up a little bit.
Yeah, they're just setting up on... Oh, great touch. Good hustle from Maddie Taylor, though, to chase after that. A possession call. Oh, beautiful hold, and her ability to just switch up her angle then based on how the defender was coming around the body.
Great hold.
6 the difference. Make that 7. There's about 40 seconds left in this game. Western a pass. Nova have played some incredible netball today. They have been incredibly competitive and strong. They've continued to turn ball over. And what an achievement it was to make it to the grand final today. Coming in from, I think it was 3rd or 4th this season. They haven't managed to beat West this season, but they have absolutely given them a run for their money. Great touch from Sammy Chicken. And that is the end of our championship grand final game. West coming out on top with another win. Nova have been absolutely incredible today. They have come out and played some fantastic netball. But kudos to them. They kept their composure. They were excellent out on court. They showed fantastic sportsmanship and teamwork. I think they need a huge shout out. Congratulations, though, to West. Another impeccable game of strong netball. You know, it was hard to fault their movement and their skill in that game, and I think they absolutely deserved that win.
West nearly coming away with 3 from 3 there, just unfortunately going down to North in the Opens game.
And what a great game that was as well. It was really nice to see North get that win. They have been so competitive in that division for such a long time, and it was great to see them have a win. Unfortunate for West, they weren't able to come away with the 3, but it's still an incredible effort to get all 3 teams into the grand final, and come away with 2 from 3 wins is great. What a great day of netball we've had here. We had our 23s on earlier this morning. South versus West. West just coming away with the win. West versus North in our Opens division. North having a great game and coming away with the win there. And as you've just seen, our championship division, Nova having an incredible game, but West again showing how strong they are and coming away with that win for what I think is maybe the 7th time now. They are incredibly dominant and a great club, but it just goes to show we've had some great teams come up against these West teams and give them an absolute run for their money. They aren't unstoppable, but goddamn, they're good. We're almost ready for our championship presentation. It's been a fantastic day of netball. I know I've enjoyed watching all 3 games. They've been closely contested, and to be honest, going into today, I wasn't sure who was going to win any of the 3 games. We know that West have been so strong in recent years, and it's been great to see them be able to maintain that, but we've had some really talented teams come up against them, you know, with North, South and Nova, really our top 4 clubs being able to continue to contest. We're going to throw over now to our presentation for the Tri-Series Championship Division.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon everyone. We would like to get the presentations done. If we can clear the court please. Thank you. Got our teams. Good afternoon everyone and welcome to Newcastle Netball Association's Tri-Series, sponsored by Greater Bank 2025 Championship Grand Final. Thank you all for joining us today. What an incredible match between West Balance and Nova. Congratulations. Would like to welcome to the championship grade presentation NN President Cheryl Hernando, Netball New South Wales Board Member Vincent DeLuca, OAM, and Emma Dumbrell from the Greater Bank. Cheryl, would you like to come and say a few words?
Thank you. Congratulations everybody on such a wonderful day. Days like this can't happen without an extremely big workforce of volunteers. So we're appreciative of everything that our volunteers have done today. Very grateful for our sponsors. Very grateful that this Tri-Series showcases what we're trying to show here in Newcastle, which is our pathways and development and club building. So congratulations to both teams today and congratulations to everybody.
We're very happy to have you here today, Vince. Would you like to come and say a few words as well, please?
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you again at one of the strongest associations in New South Wales. Today we've seen netball at its best, and we've seen a lot of legends sitting here watching you, the great Del Saunders OAM, and you've had so many people in this association who've led the way, not just for netball in this state, but indeed netball across the nation. So I congratulate the winners, the runners-up. I acknowledge our brilliant umpires that umpired today, as well as your bench officials. And I'd particularly like to acknowledge Cheryl and the rest of the committee for all the hard work that they have done, because without them, you would not be here. So congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to Newcastle Netball on your continued excellence.
Thank you. We would like to thank our major sponsor, Greater Bank, for their continued support of this event. And I would like now to invite Emma to come and say a few words.
Thanks, guys. What a fantastic day for grand finals today. Probably echoing what's already been said. Greater Bank's a very proud sponsor of grassroots netball, and days like today don't happen without all of the volunteers from not only NNA but all of the associations that are out here playing under the NNA umbrella. It really echoes what Greater Bank is all about, helping our communities grow and thrive. So we're very lucky to be playing in an association that's helping on all levels, which Greater Bank's very proud to be a part of. So congratulations and thank you to everybody that's been a part of making today a success, and to those that have had some wins on the board today, go out and party.
Thank you, Emma. We'd like to begin by acknowledging and thanking our umpires for officiating today's Championship Grand Final, and I ask them to now please come forward. So thank you to Ben Hole, Unsane Gales and Reserve Umpire Ella Taylor. Quick photo. Emma, I'll get you to come forward. So we will begin our presentation officially by acknowledging our runners-up, Nova. You're not taking home the title this year, but your run into the grand final was exceptional and you played amazing netball, and we are sure we will see you again in 2026 knocking on that door. So congratulations. Come forward, please, and coaches too, please. Do we have Captain that might like to come and say a few words? Laura, maybe?
Thanks, Mon. First and foremost, thank you to NNA for putting on an absolute show this afternoon. It's amateur sport. We need to remind ourselves of that, and we are incredibly fortunate to have, obviously, our big screen and our supporters. But yeah, it's an absolute honour to be able to play today. So thanks to Mon and Cheryl and the team in Newcastle. So thank you. Secondly, to the umpires, I'm not sure where they go on. They love to hate us and we love to hate them, but that's okay. So thank you to the umpires for a consistent season all year, and we are really grateful. Obviously, we can't play netball without them. So thank you to the umpires. I'm not sure where Ben has scored, but that's right. Unfortunately, I could probably say the same thing about West. We love to hate you and you all hate us, and that's okay. But girls, congratulations. Obviously, you've been the top of the top all year, and we know that it was always going to be a tough competition today, but it was always going to be fast and fit and physical. But ultimately, we walked off the court and hugged each other, so that's what sport's about, and we knew that we'll go and have a drink together later and enjoy that. But congratulations again, ladies. Well done. To Jules, to Trace, to Fee, congratulations, girls. It's a huge thing. We thought we were going to get yous, but look, we'll be back next year anyway. To our Nova crew, we have had probably the biggest roller coaster of a season ever. We started with 14, dropped down to 7 because of pregnancy, so we couldn't be ultimately angry about that, but we slightly were. We've had 2 bubs born over the last couple of weeks, so we're really excited. There's another couple coming. Bron's looking absolutely fit and fine already. Whilst disappointing, it was an absolute roller coaster to get here. And we said last week, Katie and I both touched on how much of a privilege it is for us to be here. We're a small club, but to get together the way we did was phenomenal. And whilst we hurt now, later we will celebrate because it has been one hell of a season. And whilst we might not go out on that high, we will, and we will continue to build. So congratulations, girls. Well done.
I'll just wait for them to do a photo. Before we go and crown our champions, it is my pleasure to announce the recipient, and if I can ask Vincent to please step forward to present this. to the Greater Bank Most Valuable Player Award for this grand final match. And this award goes to Keely Mullins. Congratulations, Keely. Now we've come to the moment that we've been waiting all season for, and that is crowning our Netball NNA Tri-Series, sponsored by the Greater Bank Championship champions. So I'd like to invite Emma back, please, to present the awards to West Balance. Congratulations on an amazing season. You have been the team setting the standard, but there have been plenty very close to pushing you to the limit, so like today, so congratulations. Emma Prince, would you like to come and say a few words and receive the championship trophy on behalf of your team?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to NNA for hosting an amazing day today. We had lovely weather, which is always nice. And I want to thank the umpires I want to thank the West Club as well for always supporting us. Thank you. And for everyone coming out to watch today. I want to say congratulations and well done to Nova for a really tough, physical 60-minute game. It was really good, so thank you. Congratulations. And to my girls, the best girls, thank you. Well done. I love you all.
I'll just second everything Emma said. As Laura said as well, we're so lucky to have this kind of platform to play Saturday netball on. Nova, you guys were an amazing team today. It felt like such a strong, hard, physical game, but as Laura said as well, we can walk off the court, shake hands, hug, and yeah, we'll have a drink later on together, and we'll see you guys next year, same place, same time. Yeah, all right. And to our girls, love you all so much. Here's to number 8. Yeah?
Congratulations, West Balance. At this time, we would particularly like to extend our gratitude to Shadon Waite and his production team, our valuable partners, Greater Bank, the City of Newcastle, Ethos Health, the Duke of Wellington, and Pharmacy for Less Broadmeadow. And, of course, our wonderful volunteers and those who contribute to make this competition the best in the Hunter region. Mostly, we would like to thank you all for coming along to support your teams today. And what a great day it has been. Travel safe, and this concludes the presentations for the championship grade.